You can hear the music playing, right? I'm getting told that there's zero audio. Nope, nope, wrong one. There we go. Was there audio during that? Like music playing? Because it should have been playing. You guys are saying ASMR, and YouTube is still telling me that there's no audio. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. Let's go to the... There was no music playing that entire time, huh? That's not how that should go. Weird. Okay. I'm assuming you can hear this music, right? That's playing? Hold on, actually. Let's go live. Hold on, actually. Let's go live. Hold on, actually. Let's go live. Yep, okay. Good. Weird. I do not know why the music didn't play. Anyway. That's very strange. I got an email on July 30th from a Mr. I think that's Kaiser Sultan? Not sure. Anyway, he mentioned that he watches my videos, he's a big fan of my work, and he's made a system to automate the process of mod creation for BeamNG. You can design a vehicle in an app called Autocraft, available on Steam. This video may be blah, 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 blah. Here is a key to go. Okay, so he gave me a free key to it. Just letting you know up front that I'm not really calling this a sponsored stream, but it was given to me for free. And I'd always planned to make a video on this, but things got in the way, and ADHD was just telling me, oh, you've got this brilliant idea, go do this thing. And the tires video was going to be like a quick one that I did as like an in-between video that was going to take like a week. It didn't take a week. Automation monopoly about to end? Well, sure. I don't know if I would call it a monopoly because this game is, this program, I would call it more software than a game. And one of the things I really like about automation is the fact that you can just make a car very pretty very quickly. But this is their YouTube channel, and we'll just have a quick look. Hopefully they don't strike me.
Let's try to create a BeamNG.drive mod in less than 5 minutes with autocraft. Let's start with the layout panel. Here you can select between different drivetrain layouts. You can also tune some parameters necessary visual
So as you can see,
materials.
it's quite
There's no
dry.
body yet, as you can see. You can add a body using
Lots of AI voice.
the Back to Body Design tab.
Yeah, that was one of the things for like the design area. Yeah. So
Here
this
in
is
3D.
the car that you'll end up with. I don't know if I would say it's a direct competitor to automation, but it's trying to muscle in on that whole like make a mod easily, and there's a lot of people that do not like automation. Not just because a lot of people make really potato cars and then post it up on the BeamNG repository, and then people see that because that's just like the most common thing, and then go, oh, all automation cars are rubbish. It's got potential, sure. I don't know how far they want to go with the designing part of it. They are still updating it. The last update was mid-October. In this new update, you can now load blueprint images files designed... Oh, okay. So they are... Oh, interesting. So they are still doing stuff on it. I have not even launched it once, though. It's just been sitting there. I'm like, this will make a good video thumbnail. This will make a good video thumbnail. And I think I, like, built it up too much in my head. And I was going to stream this last week. But I ended up just getting all in my head, like, no, this should be a video, this should be a video. And I just kept on getting worked up in my own head, and I just ended up not streaming last week. And this week I went, no, screw it. I've got like a long list of videos that I've already planned ahead for. I'm working on my big one at the moment. I'm just going to stream it. And we're just going to see how it goes. I have no idea how these cars actually handle in BeamNG, except they do have one review. I've been looking for this kind of... I wish I could zoom in. Sorry, but Steam, I know, right? Thank you, finally I was able to tweak the suspension of my BeamNG car model. I had some realistic oversteer, or to add some unrealistic oversteer, stuff like that. So it sounds like you could take your mod into this and then modify. Looks like it's from the 2000s. Yeah, it looks like an early 2000s sort of thing. But sometimes that's not a particularly bad thing. A lot of people could say that more modern stuff is just bloated. How much of the chaff and reading do I have to get through to get to the numbers, which I know numbers pretty well? One old car crash animation. Not sure, Teledev. We'll give it a shot. So, here's hoping that it launches in Linux. Now, they sent me this email long after I'd started into Linux, so it just launches right up. Very simple, very lightweight. Okay. Not the best UI. They have... Oh. I really hope that these aren't one of those devs that just makes things in AI, like vibe coding sort of thing, and then posts it up on Steam. What's going on? Oh, okay, there we go, we got it back. I have been thinking I might make a video on how to, like, use AI properly, because a lot of people seem to misunderstand, like, the capabilities and overestimate AI's capabilities to write code. We'll see. Finally got a stream. Hello from the USA. Welcome from USA. You use Linux? I have a Chromebook that has the Linux thing, but can't get games working because it has an ARM 64 CPU. That runs a heavily modified version of Linux called Android. Right? Like an Android thing. Yeah, not quite the same, but you can apparently jailbreak them to do that sort of stuff. But I do believe you are still limited on what you can and can't do. I don't know. So this is the website, very basic. Convert your vehicle file to mod for BeamNG. I'm not sure what this is trying to take us to. Vehicle file to mod. Building a community where imagination turns into simulation. Sure. This product is built around a simple idea, merging vehicle design with the thrill of sim racing. It consists of two parts. Autocraft app. Autocraft app... Hold on, I'm going to zoom in on this. powerful vehicle design app available on Steam. It gives you the freedom to design and customize vehicles with ease for simple concepts to complex builds. Mod conversion service. Oh no. Once you've created a design in autocraft, you can submit your vehicle to our online service. We'll process it into our mod so you can experience your creation in action. The service is currently in its development and improvements phase and is available free of cost for testing. Oh no. Writing a file is actually not that hard. That would end your adventure? Yeah, for me, this is a no, do not pass go, do not collect $200 sort of thing. I'm not submitting a file every single time to have it converted. What I think has happened is they don't know how to write files, maybe? So instead, they're getting you to send it over. What I might do is I might just make it myself once I've kind of skeptical that this whole thing is a scam. I feel that it might be. That has really put me off. Wheelbase 2.5, body width 2.1. I'm guessing meters. Front longitudinal rear-wheel drive. Sure. Ground clearance 24. All of this looks fairly good. These are very standardized things. Engine. Inline. Let's go in inline 4. No, let's get something like a Barra. Let's see if it even gets close. Barra Wiki. Ford Barra engine. Okay. 92.26. You know what? I could just copy and paste. Oh, it's in meters, is it? Oh, dear. That would be... Yeah, that would be right. Did it just crash? I think it just crashed. Yep, it just crashed. And it's paid software? It's a bit weird, yeah. You need a thing that works like Rosetta for M Series Max to make things work. Your Chromebook, if it's already complicated for ARM processors. Yeah. I'm not even sure if Proton works particularly well for Pip's very scared of thunder and lightning. So it crashes on paste. Let's have a look at their store page quickly. Do they say that it's Steam, like a Linux compatible? Wait, somebody already owns this? Who is that? Oh, Simulator Adventure owns this, huh? Export for gameplay. Use our website to convert your designs to BeamNG and experience them in-game. No coding required. Well, I'm going to be doing it. Where does it usually say that Linux is supported for things? Steam Deck compatibility unknown. Okay. I'm going to try pasting in another line. So it's fine to paste there. Torque bias, I can paste in there. Longitudinal offset, I can paste in there. But stroke crashes the game. Not gonna lie, That's the sort of glitch that you would find in an AI-written program. Am I using a comma or a dot? I'm just straight pasting. Documentation. Oh, they have. Quite a lot of stuff in here. Alright, we're gonna have to hand write in, apparently, stroke by hand. 99.31. So, 0.09931. Oh. Weird. Alright, let's go in and edit this. I can only apparently have a couple of decimal points. 0.092226. Okay, yeah, that does not work. Has this worked? Oh no, it does work. Okay, it just scrolls sideways. Like, I can't... Torque bias. So what is torque bias? Bias. No response for bias. What's delta cross concept? You'll learn how to get the latest version of delta cross concept, how to use and how to get your vehicle mode of your vehicle for your favorite game simulator. Nice piston to measure dimensions and meters. Yeah, that is a bit weird. I don't know what torque bias is. Longitudinal offset. Oh, okay, so that would be the offset of the engine. I can't also click away and stop having the cursor blinking, and that's irritating. Let's see what we got so far. It's a VD file. Let's hope I don't get VD. Concept 01 saved. When did I add the name Concept 01? Oh. Naturally aspirated shore. Suspension. Okay. Now, this is the part that got me really excited, because suspension geometry design is really, really complicated. Very complicated. Even people that come out of automotive design from university can still struggle with this sort of stuff. Chappy to you, please copy automation code so I can take people's money. I doubt that's what's happening. This will not take off. I actually like this more than automations. Though, with my skill base, I created an automation, then modified in BeamNG. What this allows you to do is, if you have all of the specs and whatnot, you can put this stuff in yourself. So for instance, let's have a quick look at stance works. There we go. We'll just quickly pop up here. I don't want to get copyright strikes, so we'll mute it. But he's 3D scanned all of this. So you could take this into Blender, and you could do this all in Blender's. Blender has been the extension has been around for a while. So if we go here and let's have a look at a mod. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Give me a second. Don't want to reveal what I'm working on. Import. You know what, actually, I'll show that part. We got F4 import, and then I've just got Jbeam. This is a plugin that the BeamNG devs have made themselves that anybody can go ahead and download. Now I'm going to hide my files. And let's have a look at something. Where's a... Here's an automation vehicle. Okay. Into here. And this is some suspension. Oh, that's right. We don't have the offset on it. Damn it. Okay, well, this doesn't quite work for automation cars. Give me a second. BeamNG. Vehicles. Here we go. What has, like, self-contained suspension? There'd be something like a pickup, so that would be under common. And then... we'll just grab some suspension quickly. Let's grab some 4-link. Import all parts. Okay, here we go. This is the suspension. So if I wanted to go in and edit this, I could just simply go in and then move these nodes around. And if I wanted to get specific locations, I could do all of this. But a lot of people are really, really super intimidated by Blender. So if we just wanted to change this to 1.5 offset, you can see there, but it hasn't updated, so we'll have to go into an Why didn't it update? Oh. Okay, well that's not working. We'll have to reload from Jbeam. It's not the best. Why isn't it? Okay, well now it's not even updating. As you can see, not a flawless system. So, let's try that again. There we go, that time it updated. Now, one of the problems I have with this is if I click here, and then I try to move that, it's not moved the node I wanted. It's just all of the nodes, and then that's the one. But if I move it, then it moves all the other nodes, huh? Is that how that works? Oh, now it's attached. But now I have to go until I select the right one. Not perfect. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I've only ever used Blender, so I wouldn't really know, but fair enough. I hear Blender's easy to learn if you've never used another 3D program like 3ds Max. It's very different from them. I learnt in Maya. Then when I got to Blender, the only thing I had to do was just learn the new controls. And once I got used to it, which didn't actually take that long, I just started using it. So I learned it in university because I had a game designing course. Then in like post-uni time, I got into 3D printing more. I got into 3D printing before, but I didn't have my own printer and all that sort of stuff, and I had access to Maya, so I just kind of used it whilst I was at university. But then at home, when I was out of university, I went and I learnt Blender, and it has some pretty big advantages, including being free. As a beginner, if you ever want to learn Blender, the first thing I would do is just suggest give yourself a good... I'm just going to say an indistinguishable large chunk of time to learn how to move the camera around. So this sort of stuff. And then learn that there's like an invisible pivot, which is what you're actually moving around with the camera. So middle mouse click, I'm moving around, shift middle mouse click, pans around, middle mouse click, shift middle mouse click. And what I'm trying to do is move my like invisible orb to where it is, and then I can rotate around that sort of thing. Then we have a few different ways of moving the camera around. So I like to use my numpad. So I'll just go like this. I'll know that there's like an imaginary line down here. So I'll try to line that up on the side there. And then if I wanted to have my focus on this thing, I'll try to get that with like an imaginary horizontal line, and then my camera invisible orb is around this thing. The quicker way to do that is to just select the thing and press F. No? Wait, hold on. That's the wrong thing. Sorry. Select it. Period on numpad. And then that is 100% centered on that thing. And I can press A, select everything, press period on numpad again, and it's centered on the whole thing. Now, you can go in and you can edit all of your key maps if you don't have a numpad, which is very common to not have a numpad these days. But I love having a numpad, so I have a numpad. Then I press N, and that brings up this. You can go into view, you can move your 3D cursor around. Which, where'd my 3D cursor go? There it is. Oh, whatever. And then I could just hit backspace over it, and that'll reset its value. Just learning how to move the camera is the #1 thing to learn in Blender. I've seen so many tutorials that were really hard to follow, because what they were trying to do was tell you how to do things in Blender. The problem is I was trying to do things, but I couldn't figure out the camera for the life of me. It just made no sense. So, before you look at any tutorials, start with a new project. F4, new, general, don't save. F4, no wait, no, Shift A, mesh, cube. Now Shift A is just add, that's the add menu. You will normally have a cube by default, but because I go in and delete the cube every single time, I set up a default starting thing that doesn't have this cube. And just try to get on each individual corner. And once you get used to this, and how the camera system works, the rest of it you can just follow tutorials that you'll learn on YouTube. And then, so if you don't have a numpad, to move around the orthographic views, which this is orthographic, now I've got a centered camera mostly, you can actually click on the thing up here, and you can move around to whichever angle you want. Just know that, so 3 is X. The solid color is the positive axis. So the default, if I press 3, this is forwards. But you'll see that forwards is the gray one, which is minus, meaning that if we have a look at that file that I dragged out, this is rear suspension, by the way. Now, if you have a look at their nodes... Oh, wait. Whatever. I'm going to close this and reopen that. Just so I can do the trust file thing. There we go. Trust. Okay, so if we go into the file here, we can see all of the nodes, and this is the X, Y, and Z value for nodes. And if you ever forget what that is, we got X, Y, and Z. It's always written at the top of nodes, and it has to be there for your file to work properly. You will see that Y is negative on the forward axis. So I've selected these nodes. Their Y value is -1. This is rear suspension. Their Y value is positive. So this is a one-to-one correlation as well. That is a very convenient thing when you're doing stuff like your... Sorry, I'm tangenting, but I feel that this is fairly important to learn if you're ever going to do this sort of stuff. So here we got the suspension back in. We can see that those nodes are actually the same values because they're all in meters. You can change Blender to be in inches and whatnot in Imperial, but this is all in meters as well. May as well start learning a real measurement system, and BeamNG will be easier to mod. All things will be easier to mod because even American things, when they start doing 3D geometry sort of stuff, they'll generally work in metric. Deleting the default cube is a ritual for starting a new project? Yeah. It kind of is, isn't it? The problem is I'm not necessarily starting new projects all the time. Every time I want to open up a Jbeam file, it's always best to start with a new project. So if I have to start a new project to work on an existing project, I have to delete the cube every time. So I just set it up to have a default thing. And I think you can go in and defaults, save startup file. So let's go, because I don't want to have any memory saved either. We're going to start a new thing. Don't save. The default is to have the cube in. So you would delete it. You'd go file, cleanup. No. File defaults, save startup file. The other thing you can do is if you have a, I think you have to save a blank file though, not sure. If you just have a default file that you're working on for a very long period of time, kind of like I am, you would normally save it here. But because I'm afraid of doxing what I'm working on, I'll just have a blank file every time. And I'll just F4 open recent. Good, I don't have the name saved. Good. I don't put the name of the thing I'm working on in the thing, so I've just got a whole bunch of, like, open recents. Version 1, final parts, wheel, version 2, version 1, version 1. Like, yeah. This is complex for you? Yeah. I'm just kind of giving you the basics intuition sort of stuff. So what I'm planning to do is to try this out and then just convert everything over. So, I'm gonna have... Oh, they don't have semi-trailing arm for the rear. I was gonna create something like a Ford Falcon. I've got rock music set as the genre to playlist from. I don't think so. Anyway. Naming conventions causes you cold stress. All my folders are named. And I prefer to open files from my folders directory, not from Blender. You can't see chat? I cannot read any text with 1440p. Oh yeah, you really can't see that, can you? Whoa, hey, what the hell? Oh, that's cool. Because I got ultra-wide, I've got the extra room to have chat on the side. Hold on, what happens if I open this up in a 16:9 screen? If I go full screen now, it crops my image down. Oh, that's lame. This is so ultra-wide optimized. Not for 16:9, but I think you can close this off. Yeah, and then it would go back to normal. Okay. How do I fix this? Can I even see it here? What if I just drag out? Will it get any easier to read? No. I mean, it's a little bit easier to read, right? That is not great. Give me a sec. Oh, no, hold on. No, hold on. Okay. Let's bring up the program again and fix it for ultra wide. Oh, I can't. Let's hope that does it. That is really hard to read. I am sorry, but it seems that that is the best we could do, because we do not have settings to be able to change font size. 16:10? A solid square? Okay. Is there a way to change my tag on YouTube? Or am I stuck with Tucker 7? There is. I don't remember how to do that, though. Oh. Let's close off that. You guys get to see how much money I made in the last month. $300. It is way down from last month. How do you change it? I can't even remember. Yeah, I don't remember. But it's in somewhere. I don't know. That's not what I want. I want this. Yeah. You're a content creator? Oh, you did the thing. Now I have to check out your channel. Live on stream. 36 subscribers. Let's, there we go. Okay, you've made automation stuff. Wait, no, videos. No, videos was what I want. Latest. 1 year ago. I don't know if I would call you a content creator at this point, but...
There may be a few technical difficulties, but I'm going to try this and see if this works. There may be a few...
Okay, so you start off by saying that there's technical difficulties. Enthralling. 13 views. Enthralling. Sure. It's been a while. It seems like it. No, your YouTube handle and channel name are not the same thing. You have 61... You was a content creator? Okay. Motivation? Yeah, it sounds like, a similar sort of thing that I had over the years. Weirdly, every time I got success, I burnt out through just, like, really bad task paralysis due to ADHD. One thing I find is that, people with ADHD are really drawn to self-employment. But self-employment is one of the worst things for people with ADHD. I want to check something out quickly. Manage, browse local files. Dolphin, I don't want to look at this in Dolphin. Is there like a locales thing where I can look at fonts? They're all DLL files, so this is clearly made for Windows and I'm not meant to be using Steam. Microsoft Visual Basic Forms. Okay, well, yeah, Windows. I don't have anything to open DLLs at the moment. They have a blank OBJ. It's a binary. All right, I don't have anything to open that. Adjacent for a runtime config. System configuration.dll. Layouts, engine, materials, wheels, gauges, body design, vehicle dynamic speed, finalize. There's a help, a YouTube, and a website. Let's have a look at their website. Oh, their website is Delta. Oh, so Delta Cross is like their company name. Okay. So they got documentation here. Does that take me to the same thing? It does. Is there a way to change font size? Getting started using wheelbases, body design, miscellaneous. Okay, using that layout. Okay. Okay, no, that's the wrong sort of thing. Miscellaneous. Body design workflows. So adding, creating livery, creating a tyre material. Strange. All right. I'm gonna now move on to just a talk section of the stream because I think we're kind of done. Edit transform. That's position. Damn it. What is this song? Okay. That should do it. Whatever. Games should be fun. Spark creativity. I think those are lost with this one. I don't agree with that, actually. I think that once you get to a certain level of deepness into mod creation, you want to cut out a lot of different things. Now, a lot of people will also come from like engineering backgrounds. I've talked to a few people that made automation stuff, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I did engineering in school, and I love automation." And then some others don't like automation at all, and they are engineers. So I could see this fitting a particular demographic. Now, I have written in the past my own script to make files. Let's quickly go to my channel. Would be one of the last ones. This one. Yeah, this is actually about that time in which I did it. I exported it. No, I did it one day. Yeah. Is this? No, that's not it. Is this the file? yes, so with very little experience with this sort of stuff, and apparently I was meant to use Python for this, which I didn't know. I know Lua, and I was like, I'm going with Lua. All of the tutorials I found initially were all with Lua. With Python as well, but I just didn't know Python, and I didn't realize that Python. The reason why it's suggested for Python is Python just kind of. It may have downsides because of this, but it's a jack-of-all-trades kind of language, where Lua really isn't. And that meant that I had to get, like, extra packages and add-ons, and apparently you don't need to do that with Python. But I was able to learn how to create my own files, and what I created was this. Now, if I, with very little experience, can create an automated script creating program, I'm pretty sure you should be able to as well. The other thing is you really, really need to add in a settings menu to... Wait, hold it. F1. Nothing. To allow us to change the UI. A lot of people have problems with, like, bright screens. I have a problem with bright screens, as you can see. Everything basically I have is set to night mode, or dark mode, or what you want to call it. Wait, what? So this guy is... He creates funny things. He's a bit questionable in his humor sometimes. We'll have to see about that one later. I don't know about that. Every automation our car handles like shit. There are some tips and tricks. Oh, I think Jeff has used some heavy AI for his thumbnail there. Look at that. Hold on. I want to zoom in on that. Can I get a bigger zoom in on that? No, not on that. Oh, wait, no, this is Wreck Nation. I've heard of Wreck Nation. Maybe this is how Wreck Nation's collision deformation looks like. But that does not look like it's real. That looks like AI. What am I doing? I'm looking for autocraft. Yeah, so you need to be able to have some settings. 1 for UI. 2 for... changing the font size. This font size is abysmal. What's it like on a 1080p monitor? It's a little bit better on a 1080p. You also need to fix... hold on. This. I don't know what this is. But that needs to... Maybe this is just a Linux thing. That is entirely possible. But if that's the thing you're getting on Windows, that needs to be fixed as well. I think... The only thing that I think would be particularly hard would be making the 3D model. But, once again, the 3D model is... I'm just going to hide file creation stuff. Sorry. Project-related things whilst we go into BeamNG files. This is a DAE. Let's have a look at the Bastion DAE. Display it. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. It is also a plain text document, which makes so many things easier, especially writing it, because it's all plain text. I wonder if there's maybe a licensing thing where if you want to write, create a DAE, you have to have a license. But it's in Blender, and I don't know if Blender pays for licenses for things. We'd have to find out. Maybe there's like an exception for How could they? Terrible. Bad. Oh. .001. Terrible. Oh, yeah, I also want to just give a shout out. I've been using Blender a lot for the recent project. To Jordan, who used to be my editor, he created this, like, plugin to clean up .001 materials if you're, like, playing a lot with BeamNG files. Oh my god, I use that so often. So good. Thanks, Jordan, for making that. Dealing is no longer available in Blender version for that reason, Phil. Is that why they're starting to do a thing? But it's still here. It's still under Legacy. What does DAE stand for? Because that looks like XML. Walks like XML and talks like XML. Quacks like a XML. DAE file type. Let's see if there's like a... Colada. Okay, Wikipedia. Developed by Sony Entertainment and Chronos Group. I've heard of Chronos Group. Who are they? Non-profit member-driven consortium of 170. Okay. Like, just even having Sony there makes me think, oh yeah, no, it was created for a shit reason. Managed by a non-profit technology consortium. Blender. Colada was originally intended for internal format, transporting data from one digital content creation DC to another application. Application exists for other uses. As of that, a moderator for the Blender Developer Forum has announced starting from that going, Colada support will be marked as legacy and will eventually be removed from future Blender releases. Yeah, you can download older versions of Blender, but also BeamNG technically. Open standard XML schema, that's XML, that's why it's plain text. Okay. Well, it's not the only one. Some of the other ones are also plain text. Only minimal maintenance will be that, and that it will be removed from later release. Rationale. The main reason for this decision is third-party library... is that the third-party library used by Blender, OpenColada, has been fully inactive for 6 years. This is becoming a serious issue for both security and compatibility with modern code bases. Whoa! The library cannot be built anymore against the recent versions of some of the dependencies. Holy shit! Furthermore, Blender implementation has also seen no significant activity for several years now. Blender implementation has seen no significant activity. Okay. So nobody in Blender is also working on the stuff, they're just making sure it's compatible. So this leads me to another little bit of a tidbit. BeamNG Blender CDAE plugin. So, yeah. This person... So when you make a DAE, it's plain text, which is not size efficient and it's not code efficient for the game to run. So what it does is it converts it into a CDAE file. Do I have any CDAEs? I don't. But there should be some in here, right? Yeah, so there's a CDE. The normal Roma interior is 3.2 megabytes. This is 1.1 megabyte. And it carries both of them. So one, you can edit it. And two, you have the binary version of it. What else we got here? Engines, Bastion, 6.2 to 3.1 megabytes. So it's just a much more efficient code that BeamNG uses. But you could never open it in BeamNG, and then I suggested it. I was told it was impossible. Then frickin' Grilly? I'm not sure. They come in and say, guys, I've got you. I have made a plugin to allow you to import and export CDE files. Now, there is one downside to this. Is the CDEs are all triangulated. If we have a look at basically, let's go to the Bastion one, sure, whatever. If we have a look at the files, oh, no, that's triangulated. Oh, okay. Let's go. I know the scintilla isn't triangulated. No, that is triangulated. Huh. Okay, some of this is triangulated and some of this isn't. So, this is not triangulated, which means that editing it and working on it for like mod creation or all that sort of stuff is really super duper convenient. Working on triangulated stuff in Blender is really difficult. So for instance, if I want to slide these nodes across, this is just an example, I'll press GG, and that'll allow me to slide the node in the direction along the edge, is what it's called in Blender. But if we have, say, two nodes now, and I want to move that, it'll move them both at the same time. I can't move up and down at the same time, and that's a downside. But specifically now when we get into here, if I try to move one, that's fine. I can pick which angle I want to go on. But if I try to move two, it starts to get really confused, and I can't fix this. Now, I can also do like a loop select. If I hold down L and then hold on an edge next to a node, it'll loop select. And that must mean that this is a... okay, that is one mesh. That is another mesh. So it'll go along the thing that I want, so we could just go there, and we could do whatever we want now. Let's say I wanted to subdivide this, so I just go like Control B, and I could do that. Now I've got more geometry to play with. If I, however, want to do that here, just hold Alt. Can't do that. It goes to the next node and goes, I don't know which one you want me to follow on, because it's triangulated. That's why you always work in what are called quads, which is a four-sided shape. But now if I was to try to fake the loop select anyway, GG, it just gets confused. It doesn't really know what to do. It follows the wrong things. CDE has to be triangulated. So when a DAE comes into BeamNG, it triangulates it and makes a CDAE. So then it reads the CDAE and it has the triangles. And that's all about the efficiency of having a binary type codec. So working on these things is quite tricky. Now, I'm not even going to look at chat. I know somebody here is saying, oh, just use tries to quads. Great. Okay. You see this? This is... if this didn't have these triangles here, that'd be an n-gon, which BeamNG will convert and then turn into a CDE anyway. But if I go... face tries to quads, it won't always work properly. I can't... oh yeah, here we go. Okay. Here's a good example of where it didn't work properly. It just didn't know which thing to do here. Oh yeah, go here. There, okay, that makes it a little bit easier. So, let's Control Z that. Clearly, the triangle is meant to go this way. Oh, sorry, the quad is meant to go this way. Like, that's what's meant to happen. But if we go tries to quads, it stuffs it up. So I don't use tries to quads. Alt to J, but you can do limited dissolve. What's Alt J? Oh, that's tries to quads. Yeah, I knew it! I said I didn't even need to look at chat. I know that somebody is going to say tries to quads. OpenCollider has been abandoned by the company that maintained it. Seemingly there is a fork that has been updated within the last 7 months, but I could see why a company would be unwilling to trust it. Fair enough. Thanks to your videos, I was able to somehow actually fix glass textures on the 1975 faulty LTD mod. I appreciate you so much for all you do for the community. Thank you, Glib Harbinger, for being here. I'm going to write an email back to this guy. No, I'm not going to show me writing it on stream because that'll reveal the game key and I want to keep the game key myself. Autocraft. Can I somehow reply without showing? Okay, here we go. I'm going to make a response to this guy. I think it's great what he's doing. A lot of people are really going to like autocraft, but there's a lot that needs to be changed. Let's not go down too far. Okay. Hi. Thanks. I'm going to zoom in a bit. This font is really small. Is that the end of the... Oh, that's not the end of the playlist. I just had it tabbed away. What do we think we should say? Thanks for the key. I checked... Oh, I'm currently checking it out on Steam. But we have some feedback. If you have any feedback to add in as well, let me know. But we have some feedback. For starters, I really need... I'm so dyslexic. Need to be able to change the font size, but changing more than that would be better. Like the font style would also be nice. You know what, actually, I'm gonna separate this out. 1, for starters. 2, you know what, actually, I'll also grab the stream key so then you can check it out in post. When resizing the screen, I'm gonna turn this down for myself a little bit. Resizing the screen, it creates black edges instead of showing how it'll look at that moved size. This could be because I'm on.
So I'll let you start. Yes, I'm listening. Oh, I understand that.
Yep, that's Ryan again. Who was that? That's Ryan. Ryan Stasic and Kanika Moore. Yeah, I'm not going to be saying his name. I like saying Nefix. So when Nefix has his things, I'm like, oh, Nefix again. because he's got an easy name to say. That's a hard name to say. Select the whole thing and Alt-J. Oh, no, I already did that. Okay. Linux. 3. What was the thing? A deal breaker for me and for most people is that you don't have an inbuilt exporter. You know, funny thing is I was actually having a look at the automation exporter today. I thought, do I look at the automation exporter or do I do this? So here's the automation exporter, and here's the SDK for the exporter, which you can go and you can download. And I am thinking one day I'll actually look into this. Maybe I'll do it today after this. Is you don't have an inbuilt exporter. This necessity for going to your website and creating an account makes people uncomfortable and weary of a scam of some kind. I personally don't think it's a scam because it's easier to implement. You know what? I'm going to leave this part out. I'll just tell you guys. I don't think that it's a scam to make you go to the website and create an account. Because if there was any sort of like malware, they could literally just put it in here. And they have shown that you can put malware on Steam, not by putting malware there in the first place because it'll get detected and they'll take it down, but in updates sometimes they aren't checked or something like that, and some disingenuous people, I think, or maybe some testers, I can't remember who it was, but somebody had put malware into an update of a thing on Steam and that got caught. That didn't get caught, and it put malware live. I don't know whether anybody got caught by it or whether it was just a test or whatever, but yeah. Cache when pasting, yes, okay. 4. I'm gonna make this as a thing. It crashes when pasting text into... What was it? Engine... stroke field into the engine stroke field. Once again, this could be Linux related, but still a bug report. A deal breaker for me and for most people is that you don't have an inbuilt exporter. This necessity for going to your website and creating makes people feel it's a scam. I don't necessarily see it that way, but I really don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. Not as an extra step, not as extra work. I just don't want to create more accounts. I don't like the feeling of websites probably stealing data and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, what else? Oh, piston size and meters. Big deal feedback. Alright, 4 inputs for engine dimensions is in meters, is it? Yep. But it should be millimeters and a lot of and one continent uses a defunct out-of-date measurement system called Imperial, like a king sort of thing. They would probably appreciate a setting for that somewhere. Okay, a simple conversion system wouldn't be too particularly hard to set up as well. You could probably create a solution for that in a matter of... Depends. If you're really skilled, a matter of minutes. If you're using AI, also a matter of minutes. But it would also be buggy and hard to maintain and would be broken and would only work for a few updates. That's good. What else? We Americans do love our ridiculous measurements. No need to implement measurements in inches. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, but I feel that that would put off some people. And if they're trying to reach an audience with this, which I do believe that they're trying to, as they said, build a community. Wait, hold on. They have a... No, that's not where it is. Here. Is it under about? Feedback-driven project. Your thoughts suggested directly shape it. We encourage you. Together we are building a community where imagination turns into simulation. Where'd it go? Here we go. What else? Seems legit, not a scam. BRB gonna go enter my SSN into his website. Yeah. We Americans do that. No need to implement defunct or out of date? Oh, yeah, wait. No. What is the definition of defunct? Meaning. Having ceased to exist or live. Having finished the course of life. Okay, so it fits this. No longer operating almost kind of works because it is a really broken system. Like, how many flippity flips are there to a jingle jack? Like, it's so confusing. Outmoded. Oops. Not in fashion, unfashionable, no longer used, or practical, obsolete. Maybe obsolete might be the one. Vestigial or rudimentary, that kind of feels right. Especially in comparison with related to ancestral. As the tailbone of an ape? You know what? Yes, it is like a tailbone of an ape. It is redundant to use the same obsolete, outdated. So we'll move that. Monkey use measurement. Oh. I can't even input a vehicle frame height in hands. Metric users act like they are so great when they can all they could do is divide by 10. When you're doing something over and over again, it makes sense to streamline the process. So it's silly to not go down that particular route. The only thing I measure in inches is my rim diameter of my monitor diagonal. Yeah, that's weird. You're right, they do that. We also measure our wheels in inches, even though they are on the back end in millimeters nowadays. I think only Americans that against the metric system are the ones who'd use it to create another version of a lifted truck that rolls coal. Sounds about right. Welcome, Stiraf. I'm an American and I use metric for anything that requires precision. Sure, there is like thousands of an inch for precision, but then like conversion rates and all that sort of stuff can get still quite tricky. What's your bore and stroke? It's 3 5/16 and 4 1/4 inches. Yeah, who wants to work with that? Completely agree. Every single time that I, when I was younger, tried to use the Imperial sockets because I lost the metric sockets for my ratchet set, I'd have to do like a math. Now, which one's bigger than this number? Because they're all just in a pile, and I was terrible at organizing things. ADHD, right? It was hell. I hated it. Mecha is better because it's base 10. That means I can count everything on my fingers. The other thing that's good about metric is we work in decimal points and not in fractions. Fractions are really good because of the point that it doesn't get caught up in recurring number sort of situations. So like if you 1/3 is better than writing 1.3 or 1.333 or the real answer, which is 1.3333333, like recurring all the time. Like that's an advantage of fractions, but otherwise it's not fun unless you've learned it over and over and over again repetitively. Means that I can count everything on my fingers? Yeah, base 10. That's where base 10 came from. 10 is apparently not the mathematical optimum base number for most of our uses. There's a whole section to math solely based on what would be the ultimate base number counting system if we take humanity out of the equation. That's where binary started to come into usage as well. So, a base counting system of 2. Big Mac's toll for the Empire State Building. Sounds about right. Pipe fittings are in inches? Sometimes here, but not always. 22/7 is easier for pi? Sure. Visualizing the height of someone is a lot easier in Imperial and metric. I think that's if you're used to it. I'm used to feet and inches for that, so I get caught up in that, and every time that you try to do something like a dating website, it's always in frickin' Imperial. I hate it. I'm 188 centimeters tall. So easy. I think what it is because most humans, or at least until recently, fit into a really nice category of the 5-foot range. So you have like a milestone for when you hit the 5 foot, and if you're over 6 foot, then you're a freakishly tall person. Now that they've started putting a hell of a lot more hormones into chickens and stuff like that, people are growing a lot taller, and that is ultimately less healthy, but apparently tall people live more successful lives, so good on them. I'm a little jealous. So I feel that that's kind of why that's easy to visualize with. With centimeters, it's like a range from about like 170 for most people, all the way up to, what, like 2 meters? Is like where most people say, I don't know. I don't know what 6 feet is to centimeters. My favorite thing about Imperial system are the countries that are in between. Look up diagrams for how to measure things in UK and Canada. I know that England is weird because they apparently still use miles per hour, and I heard some blasphemy from Ben Collins when he was with Misha on a hot lap around the Nürburgring, and Misha was using kilometers per hour to say a particular speed, and then Ben Collins goes, yeah, sure, but what's that in real money? And I was like, how dare you? What's more real than a good measurement system? The square of a ratchet is measured in fractions of an inch. Yes, that is still actually in that as well. But I can tell you, the machine shops, or whatever it is that make those things, like manufacturing plants, all use millimeters. Stone always gets me, but that's the Brits. Yeah. Apparently we used to use stones here in Australia. The Druza nuclear system is better, mostly preference and familiarity. No, metric is better. You would only use imperial for familiarity. So, for instance, NASA, which for the longest time was the head of science in America. What was it that they did? They had a few major problems, and it was trying to measure certain things, but then also they didn't need to make everything in America. They would get a few things from other countries that used metric, and that was causing issues because they would constantly make little mistakes here and there. So they started to make a decision. Metric or imperial, we're going to pick one to make it just easier to make sure that there's no mistakes anymore related to this particular issue. And they just realized that metric was a better system. And so did most of the world. Fellow Linux enjoyer? Sure, for me it's just an operating system, but I enjoy the privacy that I get from Linux now. Metric is pretty common in the US? Sure, I will defer to your judgment on that. Apparently, the standard government system uses metric. But then when, like, dealing with anything else or transferring stuff, they'll convert to imperial for people's familiarity with it. Curious question, is the RTX 2060 Super good for BeamNG? I'd suggest probably yes. I mean, it's not a card to sneeze at, apparently. It's a pretty good card. It was apparently really close to the 3060 base model. And I have a 3080 and it's very good. Not a TI, just in 3080. Here's another thing. English is by far not the best. Correct. Fully agree. English is shit. But it seems to be the most common worldwide language. So if you're trying to say that just because more people use it doesn't make it better, that is a rule, but in metric I would say that it's just people used it because it was better, whereas English is more used because it was spread by imperialism. And the fact that the biggest world powers also had it. So one of the other most common languages in the world is Spanish. Spanish is kinda afflicted with the same problems, but not nearly as much as English. It's a part of that Romance language sort of thing that English is as well, but English just bore the brunt of being like one of the worst languages. But at least it has something similar to a phonetic alphabet. A pictorial alphabet, like say for instance, a lot of Asian countries like Japan and China will use. Pictorial stuff, not good. Terrible. One of the things, one of the big advantages of English, though, is that you could be really, really freaking artistic with a language. And you can be incredibly nuanced if you have a larger vocabulary. Which is something that is lost in a lot of other languages, like, for instance, Japanese. And that results in a weird culture where nobody kind of says what they mean, because their language is so incredibly straightforward that you can't be nuanced. You can give the wrong impression if you want to say something but mean something slightly different, and it ended up with like a particularly weird culture. You don't find that 10 gigabytes of VRAM isn't enough though? Me? Sometimes, but not really for BeamNG. Though, yeah. I posted a video in for my video stuff Discord, not for you to watch on stream, Phil, but for others to enjoy. Well, we'll have a quick look at the link. Washington's Dream. I know there's a video that really put it into context for me of like how English got so messed up. And it all just came down to probably autistic people being like, no, English should be written this way. And going through the Renaissance artsy-fartsy era ended up with us things like the OUGH epidemic. The language of imperialism? Sure. We do have fun words like defenestration. Tintinabulation. Oh, I don't know that word. Defenestration is, like, not a particularly necessary word, but it is a fun word. The ringing or sounds of bells. Tinkling sound.
Tintinabulation.
So that's an onomatopoeia matched with a normal word. That's weird. So ambulation is to, like, go on, but Tintin is not a word. That's an onomatopoeia. I don't think I've ever seen an onomatopoeia joined with normal English. But then again, Tintin is an onomatopoeia derived from tin, which was very much that tinny sound, which is, I suppose tinny is also an onomatopoeia derived from the name of the material that's also combined with proper English. Alright. Tin is one of those weird ones. You have no idea? Are you Japanese? it would be hard for a Japanese person to probably see it. So, I knew a Japanese person in university, and we talked about this a little bit, because I was kind of trying to learn Japanese at the time, through watching anime with subtitles. I'm a freaking weeaboo, dirty, filthy, unwashed. And they were saying that one of the things that is off-putting about people from our sort of countries, including, they said America, but they also included us, is we could be too forward. And that helped me realize something that was also said in a whole bunch of subtitles at the time, which talked about people in Japan not saying what they mean, but then was also said as well later on in... because like fan subs used to do a really good job of not just converting to English. A lot of the times the fan subs would put like notes for like, I don't know, if you wanted to learn Japanese, and it was fantastic. Loved it. What was it? The Last Samurai, that's right. The Last Samurai even quoted that thing where they say, like, it can be difficult to be in a place where nobody seems to say what they mean. And it's a weird one, and it's been such a long time since I've properly thought about it. So I can't think of exact examples. So I'm not going to say what I mean. I'm just going to say it and hope that you believe me. Or you can blame Edgar Allan Poe for that word permanently. Which one? Hold on. Huh? Oh, the Tintin emulation. Kinda similar to tinnitus? Sure. Another one is spoonerisms. Transposition sound between two words. So that's like mixing up the first sound, syllable, or just letter of two words. And this apparently... Oh, they've got an example here for using it to get around censorship. What would be... Okay, yeah. Spooner. So this person apparently was a lecturer, I think? Oxford College? Who's allegedly susceptible to this mistake. So, a word created from a person's name, almost as an insult, and the ism is something that is also kind of stuck around to add to things. Like, if I had a particular tick, which I guarantee that I do, I'm just not particularly aware of, you could say that was a philism or a philmanism. That's a fun thing to do in English. This is less rock and more metal, but I suppose the metal might be a subgenre of rock. Tinnitus, yeah. Are you trying to do something on the massive segue or measure... Oh, messing around. Just messing around, because we're kind of done with this. I feel that the inbuilt exporter is kind of like the thing that really, really needs to exist. No node is assigned to the driver's eye. So let's have a look through more of the stuff before we go ahead and represent a thing. This is an inline 6 with this dimensions. Oh! The squishing and stretching of this is incorrect. Let's go 1. Yeah, they're trying to show the difference between the bore and stroke. Unfortunately, they're ovulating the piston as opposed to elongating compared to the bore. That's more of a nitpick. Should I really leave that as a feedback? I'll just write, this is more of a nitpick instead of something that needs to be fixed, but the aspect ratio changer for the engine cylinders, a cylinder image is elongating on the axis. How do you write elongating? Oh, I wrote elongating. If anybody else is dyslexic, here's a little bit of a tip for you. When you see mistakes like this, this was just a typo. I normally would do this one right. Is I won't often go straight to spell check, and I won't use spell check to correct it. I will try to look at it, see nothing wrong, then right click and check. A lot of the times I will just try to rewrite the word a bunch of times to figure out the right way of doing it. Then once I have figured out the correct way of writing it by trial and error, as opposed to just finding the easy response, is one that I used to have, and I know another dyslexic friend of mine still has this issue, is writing bin instead of beam for something has been happening. I will then write it out a bunch of times just to get the feeling, the muscle memory correct. That is one of the things that has been really helpful for me from going from struggling really hard with autocorrect, not knowing what it is that I'm trying to write, to being passable with writing English. The word nice can be used to infer every kind of response in English. Everything from enjoyment to cringe to lechery. Really? You mean sarcasm? I don't think sarcasm really counts towards a definition unless a word ends up being used way too much for that particular thing, where that example of the sarcasm is written into the thing. One of the ones is literally. In a literal manner, word for word, in a literal or strict sense, really, actually, I suppose, used as an intensive before figurative expression. Yeah, so that gets added to the definition because that really got used way too much, and now literally kind of lost literally its meaning. It means this. It means one thing, but also its opposite. And I think literally is probably the most well-known example of that particular phenomenon. You can use limited dissolve instead of tries to quads and blenders. Can you use limited dissolve? What's limited dissolve? I know dissolve. Wait, what happens if I dissolve edge on everything? Anyway, yeah, I don't see limited dissolve. But you are right. I will very often... 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh. There we go. I will select the edge and then I'll go dissolve edges, and that's generally how I will go through and remediate the file back. What I would particularly probably like if BeamNG is going to go away from DAE is make a DAE version maybe where it is the optimized file, but when exporting from Blender, it saves the triangulation work that it does as meta information. That way we can undo just not have the triangulation when we bring it back into Blender if we're working on the raw file again. Non-pluralized is going through a very similar evolution. Oh, non-plussed. Okay. I've kind of heard of that. Press delete in edit mode. Limited dissolve. Dissolve selected edges and vertices limited by the angle surrounding. Oh, you know one of the other things that I really like about Blender, which is probably in other programs, but I've learned it through Blender, is if I wanted to add this to just a hotkey, I would right-click on it and then assign shortcut, even though we're in a submenu already. Limited dissolve. Whoa, whoa. Does it just find flat faces and then deletes everything that's in that flat face area? What has happened here? No, that's not what's happened. Because this is definitely not going to be a flat face, is it? No, that is not a flat face, and they've dissolved faces there. So, what are the parameters here? Max angle. No, it's not really working. Oh. Edge loops. Weird. But yeah, one of the things you can do is you can just select the particular faces that you want to have switch to quads. Could you please just... There we go. Is just select the ones you want, then go tries to quads. And that'll usually work a lot better. Doesn't always. But that's an easier way of doing it, I suppose. But I still find it creates a lot of errors. So, I will only do this when I see, like, big sections. Like, I would just select this. I'd select that. I'll select these. That and that. I'd select these. And then those I would get tries to quads. Double check my work, obviously. But then I would go through and get the other things that aren't tries to quads. There's no nuance that's lost in text. Sarcasm is usually lost in text. Inflection, how long nice is dragged out. The facial expression and more can be generally make a word. Sympathetic, dismissive. Yeah, that's more the way it's spoken, but that's also a thing that's in most languages. The funny thing is a lot of Japanese don't understand what sarcasm is because they use it a lot. Just not quite in the same way that we do. We usually use it as a an insult. Just like kind of ribbing somebody. Like saying, nice. Oh, in Japanese, there's no nuance lost in text. That's not entirely accurate. There is a thing in Japanese written language that's also in the spoken language as well. I don't know much about it, but I know some other friends that have tried to learn Japanese and they found this out. If a word is expected, it can be left out of the sentence. I don't fully understand the full context of how that works, because I've not personally come across this issue. But apparently that's a thing. And they said that it's hard for learning Japanese until you realize that that's a thing, but then you have to learn what the expected words are. The other problem with Japanese is the pictorial alphabets, or language, written language. Learning 3,000 words? By their picture? Ugh. I don't think I would ever be able to do that. Infer that body language in text is fascinating. Yeah. Emojis, that is an interesting thing, I agree. Using emoji, which makes a lot of what I type right seem really rude. Yeah, that can happen. There seems to be a thing with Zoomers and younger, with not wanting to be seen as old, like us millennials are now. So they will forego the things that we kind of standardized as a way to communicate through quickly in text form. And it's still not even refined, because a lot of Zoomers, like Muye, here's a good example. He writes very sarcastically a lot of the times, and he had that whole row with Goosiest, where a lot of it was misunderstood because Goosiest wasn't expecting sarcasm, and Goosiest also seems like he's very much on the spectrum, like myself, maybe a little bit harder on the spectrum than me. And he took his meaning literally. And I mean literally, not figuratively, literally. So the Zoomer language is unfortunately not perfected. You heading off to bed, Tob? Alright, thanks for being here, Tob. Is the Japanese expected word like contraction in English or even more extreme? I don't know. I honestly, I don't know the answer to that question because I've never been able to read Japanese. I learn't which is hiragana their phonetic alphabet? I've learnt a little bit of that. Apparently YouTube automatically mutes when you're out, it seems. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's continue on with this. Elongates on the wrong axis. This isn't a big issue. And also still works to convey what's happening. Okay, then with this one, writing files automated file writing isn't particularly hard. And luckily, DAE files are written in plain English, not binary. So they too can be written. Now, I know that the automation exporter apparently goes through a WAV or an OBJ, I think, then gets converted to DAE, but I don't want to fully commit to that, but I'm pretty sure that's what happens there. I don't know if that would help. Let's save something like that quickly. F4 new general cube F4 export OBJ basic cube then open with how big is this file? 295 bytes? Why is it struggling? I think I've broken it. Here we go. Okay, so this also... No, that's the wrong thing. No, that was right. Here we go. Okay, this is the right one. So we have like where it's exported from all that sort of stuff, and then it's just a list of vertices, the normal of the vertices, so like the direction they're pointing. Triangles? And faces. Oh, it didn't triangulate. Oh, interesting. I wish I knew how to export DAEs without triangulating. What is VT? I don't know. It's also got the file for material saved as well. Oh, that's okay, good. And there's nothing in here. Perfect. So that's the object, which is object number 0, and it's called cube. That's correct. What? I want to try now triangulating and exporting it. Wait, that wasn't... Hold on. How do you do edges? Basic cube 2. There we go. Basic cube 2. So we got our vertices, our normals, whatever the hell VT is. And then we have our faces, but we don't have edges. It's got the edges in there. S1. S0. Maybe that's the difference? And it's saying create the edges along the faces of the triangle? So what if you have edges without faces? You know what? Let's do this a few times. And then delete edge. Okay, so we have verticals, normals, still don't know what VT is. S1, we have faces, then we have L. Okay, so what that's length? And it connects 9 to 11. So I'm guessing you would count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's this one and this one. How do I... So Alt-Shift? No. I don't remember how to separate. Anyway, I'm guessing that's how that works. But then this gets converted to a DAE, which we had a look at. When I am out of the page, I tabbed back and it was still playing, but the audio came back. Oh, weird. That's probably a Chrome thing. I know that there's a Chrome thing where if you don't have the tab active and a new video starts playing in that tab, it won't play the video. Maybe that's what's happening? I don't know, but it's a stream, I don't know. Alright, minimum. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. Dropping in before bed. What's this about? Oh, we're just having a look at a few different things as we respond to this guy's can be written too. I believe the automation exporter uses first exports to OBJ, then to DAE. I don't know why, but if you can't write just straight to DAE, then that may be an option. Oh wait, no, I think I know why they now do it in this way. Is having it in DAE form. That's the wrong thing, hold on. Did I not have a DAE here? I thought I exported a cube as a DAE. No, apparently I was wrong. that didn't work. Alright, let's do it that way. That didn't work either. Why is it trying to go through URL handler? That's weird. I don't think I selected that. VS Cody. Oh, there we go. All right. Nope, that's OBJ. Whatever. I think what's happening, why they go to OBJ first, is because it's very, very simple stuff, and it's probably a lot easier to dump from RAM into this. Then they go into, like, the whole formatting section of the thing. Trying to convert a RAM-stored or VRAM-stored model directly into code would probably be difficult. Because the computer probably wants to read it super fast, but the computer can only write so fast, so it's trying to write like 1,000 times the amount of code. Wait, actually, we can actually compare the two. That is 1.2 kilobytes compared to 3.8 kilobytes, so that's about 3 to 4 times, about 3 times the size file. So it would have to read it about 3-ish times to, I don't know, maybe there's something to do with that. But yeah, I don't know if automation is going to like me sharing that secret, I don't know. Or if it's a secret at all, it's kind of written out there. Maybe even telling them that would be a bad idea. Let's maybe leave that out. Because I know that if you're a coding person, you won't get a job ever if it is known that you've ever looked at a patent before. Any patent. Patent? Yeah, because companies will just become litigious. They'll become litigious. Automated file writing isn't particularly hard. And luckily, DAE files are written in plain English, not binary, so they can be written... two can be written... As for the rest, I'm glad you like my stuff, and I hope that this project keeps growing as long as you fix the exporter stuff. I'd also suggest using a different game engine to make this, or just pick a different language, because it's funny to write modding stuff but then have everything in binaries. I like Lua because it's plain. I'm so dyslexic, I don't know which plane it is, but sure. Because it's plain English as well, but Python might be the go in DLL binaries. Because it's Python might be the go for you, and go dot uses a modified version of Python. I know it's really late in the game to change game engine, but this is something to consider. And is free. I know it's really late in, oh, I shouldn't say late in the game. Late in production to change game engines, but this is something to consider. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Going to bed now. Good to see you every now and again. All right. Allo with ADHD. Allobo with ADHD? Sure. Thanks for being here. At least YouTube considers autocraft a game if you look down below. Let's bring up my Twitter. That might be a bit small. I don't know if that's particularly helpful. There's 2 autocraft games, and it doesn't specify which one is which. Just like automation also, it doesn't really specify which one is which. Or at least, it didn't. It does now. There used to be more than one game called Automation, and then I think it started calling itself Automation 2015 to specify the differences. Yeah. Oops. Oh, no. Let's not get copyright struck for that. Hold on. YouTube creators responded, "Hi there. Mind sharing more context about your concerns so we can check further?" All of the context is right here. This is an AI-generated response. The other annoying thing about this is, this has become the new thing. So back in the day, you could never get like customer support for a lot of things. So it got worse and worse, and then people started to find that they could tweet at Twitter, on Twitter at the companies, and then they would start getting their customer support. Now a lot of customer support has moved to Twitter. But because Twitter they don't really see as that particularly valuable, they started outsourcing the work to bots. But the bots never actually follow through with anything. So now they just create these automated responses to placate the person, to make them feel like something is happening. That way, it also won't create a trending thing with no responses, which is also part of the reason why they used to tell you, hey, contact us in DMs so we can figure the situation out, is then the problem wouldn't be publicly viewable. That way, when they weren't actually ever trying to problem solve what your problem was and never resolve it, it doesn't look like on Twitter as if they have a whole bunch of unresolved issues. They're just trying to hide the fact that they don't actually want to fix anything. Really frustrating, that. Anything else we should add to the stuff for autocraft? Oh yeah, we never had a look through the rest of it. Suspension. This is the part that really, like, at first I was like, oh, so it's just a weird competitor for automation, but a lot harder. But then I saw this and I was like, oh. If they can create some actual grip and handling feedback on this, you know what? It's a good setup. Let's put this up here. Let's add this 6-8 suggestion. That is I'm going to also underline this. That is maybe too difficult. There is papers out there showing how suspension geometry will behave. It'd be cool if we could get feedback on what our geometry is going to do before we export it. For rapid prototyping. Reasons. Was that a run-on sentence? That might be a run-on sentence. Oh, I messed out the P. Big deal feedback. A deal breaker for me and for most people is that you don't have an inbuilt exporter. This necessity for going to your net, blah blah blah. Okay, good. Even if it wasn't to go to, even if the destination was in game, the waiting period would still be too much. I think we're good. Is that everything? Oh yeah, I still haven't gone through everything. I keep getting distracted. I'm not going to bother suggesting the swing arm suspension on the rear. I'm guessing that's the thing that would come in the future. They have McPherson on the front. But you can have McPherson's front also on the rear, a la Porsche back in the day. Or maybe they still do it, I don't know. We got materials. This color dialogue thing is terrible. The color picker section is really not good. That's atrocious. Wheels. Exactly. Oh, okay. We're having a look at aspect ratios and stuff like that. A slider would be nice, as opposed to having to put it in via text, but 8 for working with values. It'd be nice to have a slider or buttons to increment the value. The YouTube account is so unhelpful. Yeah, it is. I hate when people call these AI generated replies like this is automated, not generated. Yeah, I suppose you're right, but there's enough variation in them sometimes that they are generally just a very, very dumb thing. Maybe what they're trying to do is what is it they're trying to do? stop people from looking through the trending tab and seeing like a problem from one company getting the same response all the time. It seems I'll be gone, but it is a Lobo with ADHD. I don't know what a Lobo is. A Lobo? I don't know. And is a old concept. What are we talking about? Hey, at least YouTube considers it is an old concept. Oh, and is an old... I don't know what I'm trying to say there. Sorry. 3D. Oh, interesting. Both clicking and right-clicking. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. What's this? Clear all. I feel... Yeah, no, maybe that's correct there. Add spoke. Oh, right. I saw this. How do I remove spoke now? Add ring? Flip W face. These look like things I can drag. Oh, that's just a... Okay. But now how do I go back down in spokes? Delete. Align horizontally. Align 0. Load wheels. Oh, good. So I can load wheels and save wheels. Okay. I was wondering if that was a thing I could do. But we don't have a tire changing thing. We have tread width. Sure. Tire texture material. Tire texture offset. Oh, treadless. Oh, there is only treadless. So, all tires in BeamNG are... well, not all, I should say. Most tires are in a... in the common directory. So all of the materials file is all in there. So if we go back to common, tires, 17s, what are we, 17 by 8? I'm not sure. You would find that the Jbeam is here. That's not what I was actually meant to look for. Here's the DAEs. Main material, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, so you could go through the materials here and I think the word is pass through that to find all the information, but then you're working with DDSs. I don't know how difficult they're to work with. I also just realized when I pressed to add more spokes, it didn't actually do much. So now we should be up to 6. Add another spoke. No. Alright. 9. Adding spokes seems to be limited to 5, and I can't see a button to remove them. 10. What else? What is W ring? Eliminate. Oh, sorry. Element is used by other elements. Let's clear. No things. I tried to add a spoke. Oh! I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. Whatever. Moving on. Wait, no, if I press plus more... Oh, it just adds them on top. Why would I... Okay. So it's just overlapping them. Seems to be... Seems to only add 5... then overlay them instead of changing the number of spokes. Now, this is actually something that I saw the automation, one of the automation devs do in a stream once. They were playing with tyre stuff in the game development side of things. And I tried to reach out to them because a content creator over there, I was like, yeah, sure, okay, great, let's do that sort of stuff. They didn't respond. I would have liked to have done stuff with them. Because having like a media-trained person on a dev team is fun. Oh, so they have a way to make this sort of stuff? Cluster width, height, font size. Well, they know how to play with font size. That's cool. This is something I want to learn to do one day, which is to make a the HTML layout stuff. Speed, I want to clockwise. Not exactly what I was expecting. But I'm guessing then you can rotate it back around. We're not going to bother with that, though. Oh, their formatting is really weird. I thought they were saying that the max RPM is times by 1,000. I was thinking 240,000 RPM? That doesn't seem right. But no, the number's over there. The layout, format, layout for text and box is not great, as you have numbers in the gate section right next to names, but the relevant text text box is further away. This is more of a UI UX thing that should be taken into consideration. If people can make mistakes, they will. Alright. Is this the game? Yeah, unfortunately we're not really gonna use it because the exporter is external on their website. Body design. So I can zoom in and out, but I can't... Whoa. Oh, okay, I have to hold control to move the camera around. That is very touchy for the zoom. Anyway, control and then alt does nothing. 3D view. Okay. So they're trying to recreate Blender here. I feel that they probably don't entirely need to. Generate body. Alright, let's try that. Oh, there is an add blueprint, but I get the idea of that. I think that was pretty cool. 2 doors, no, let's go sedan, 4 door, because we're creating a Ford Falcon at the moment. Okay. How do I select? I want to bulk select. Oh. How do I bulk select a bunch of nodes? Line, mirror, straighten arc, separate edge, wave through, flip surface, split surface. Select subsystems. Oh. Okay, that's what that is. Wait, surf, smooth edge, undo, redo, delete, move. No. Uh, 11 in the, what is it? Body design section. I should be able to left click and drag to select multiple nodes. However, I'd seriously consider making this way more basic and just getting people to use Blender. You could even probably write a Blender plugin to have a simple version, or maybe work with, what was that other, it was not Blender, it was it was something. There's a Blender for Artists, I think it was called. Blender for Artists. B for Artists. Maybe work with B for Artists. A simplified fork of Blender. Moving on. Vehicle dynamics. Load capacity, anti-roll stiffness, brake force, rear. 12. Under vehicle dynamics, there's some... Oh, wait, no, I get it now. It's these things, front values and rear values. I get it now. Auto adjust. Okay. Weird. Let's go back to engine quickly. Did that... I'm just going to remove that last decimal point. Still don't know what torque bias is. 900 kilowatts and 1,000 Newton meters. Oh, you know what? I took a 0 out of here. Wait. Oh, it's multiple lining it. That's what's happening. Oh. There we go. Alright, torque bias. What is this doing? It's changing the peak torque area. Okay. Guessing it's somewhere around there. And it reckons 241 kilowatts. Actually, that's very accurate for a Barra. 182 kilowatts and around 400 Newton meters? That actually feels like that might be correct. But it seems that our torque bias can't go below 4. Okay. I don't know why, but sure. Vehicle dynamics. Rear wing, sure. Speeds. Ah, this is gearbox stuff, huh? I'll do it. Speeds, sure. Finalize. Take a snapshot. How do I do that? No node is assigned to dashcam. What? I'm so confused. How do I... Oh, I have to control click. Is this not the dash cam? Driver's eye? Add node. Alright, so that's dash cam. Finalize. Warnings. None. Take a snapshot. How do I do that? Is that the exhaust? That is the exhaust. Awesome. What do we think of my Ford Falcon? I don't know how to take a picture. How do I export? It's a fake Falcon. Description. My first Falcon. Oh, wait, here we go. Here's how we do the load and save. But yeah. All this is really doing, though, is just a transposition, whatever. Hold on, that's not what I want. Suspension travel upwards. That's not actually live updating any pictures or anything. Kingpin incline. Caster's one that I probably know the best. Let's go 20. Oh, no, it did update. Okay. It's just that this is something that would have to be animated to actually see it change. Okay, yep, no, that's fine. Hub offset. Caster offset. Okay, I'm seeing that now. If that is supposed to be the game, it seems to be a bit too complex to understand. Like, as much as this might turn out to be realistic automation, still seems like the better... Okay. I kind of agree. But there are a lot of people that would like to work in numbers instead. I would like to have more control over things like combustion chamber and whatnot. Under the engine section, I'd like to be able to change things like combustion chamber shape, compression ratio, valve angles, etc. That is what automation is really lacking. Automation, the car company tycoon game is really missing, is really lacking. However, that'd take a lot of simulation. Instead, your current system could still be used, but just allow us to put values directly in for the power torque graph. Alright, I think we're good with that. Let's go ahead. I don't want to Hit a send. Cool. Let's put the tab back where it was. Okay. I think, honestly, this ain't it at the moment. If they can make the automated exporter, that's gonna be like, it's gonna take it from, I'm gonna consider it unusable at this particular point in time, to something that I would actually enjoy using. Like, I would actually really enjoy using this. Even though it's severely limited, terrible UI, all that sort of stuff, I would enjoy it. What's their release version? Do they have that written anywhere? Oh, no. This is the intended experience? Oh. Okay. It's not a universal rule, but the standard practice for version naming is release ready. 0 is pre-release. 1 and above is the release version, and then like anything extreme, like a game engine change, would also probably get changed to another value, but you generally won't change the first number that much after that. The fact that this starts with a 1 means that this is the release version, if they're using that format. Then the numbers after that are things that will make, like updates, that will make previous functionality unusable. So those numbers are very significant. The next one would be, I can't remember. I think it's like possible change of functionality but would still work. And then anything after change of functionality but would still work is, I should say expected to still work. Still got bugs all the time. The final one is just like minor changes, bug fixes, all that sort of stuff. Generally, that's the gist. They either don't know and they're using AI to write their code, or option number 3 is they actually genuinely thought that this was release ready. I had, whoa, okay. Steam shows it right here. Steam, wait, no. The thing would assume that this is like the release version of the game. If we have a look at BeamNG, they shouldn't be at 1 yet. They should also be, yeah, they're at 0.37. Uh, 0.364 was like a previous one. 37.1. Okay, so their current one is 0.37.6. And they separate in Steam, by the looks of it, between these versions here. Okay. But yeah, that's unfortunately basically it for autocraft. I do not see a way to grab node values. Oh wait, no, hold on. Under body design, we were able to change nodes for different things. Can I Select the suspension. I saw a thing for like select sub thing. Load mesh, OBJ. Okay, so you can bring in OBJs. Export body UVs or export UVs. Save group. Where is it? I saw a thing. Select sub items. Top selected. G. How do I select a subsystem of, like, the freaking suspension? I can't select from here. Okay. I can't group select either. Ah, well. What if I... Can I... So I can export the UV. Oh, there's the snapshot. Works on the 3D view. Okay. It crashed it. Okay. I don't know, man. If they are using AI to write it, I'll be very disappointed. Popping in way late seems interesting. It is interesting, but the fact that you have to submit your save file and then have them make it, I don't know about that. Yeah, the crashing thing was only a small thing. That's not the big issue here. Dear. I want to have a look at the automation exporter. Downloads. Vehicles, materials, wheels, and meshes. Meshes? Okay, they got some seats and stuff. Whole vehicles? There's one vehicle. Lamborghini. I see that they've taken my nomenclature approach from automation. Materials? My voice. Okay. Wheels? Oh, so that's what you meant to be able to do with the wheels, huh? Yeah, I didn't get that. Do they go over this in their video? Looks like they do.
Car nice name and save it. Now visit www.delta-cross.com and create a login using an email address. Now click here and select the file you created with autocraft. Now upload it. Here you can spend credits if you have your account.
Oh. So there is going to be a credit system. That's a big nope. That is a straight up. That is a big no. Hell no. So it looks like you might get free stuff. I think they said on their website it was free. Where did they say it's they said somewhere. Getting vehicle mod. You can get the vehicle for this. You have to register yourself at the website using it. Once you're registered, you can go to orders section of the website where you find a new order button. Pressing the button will take your file. Uploading from where you can upload your VCL. Oh no, let's see. Some payment options. You need to pay to get the vehicle. You can also get your vehicle for free using a coupon code if you have any. That's what I must have read and must have omitted the coupon part. That's a big no. Do not get autocraft. Hell no. Why does this game cost anything? Hold on, let me show you guys. This is a $12 purchase. I wish I could fucking zoom in, but fucking Steam don't allow... I expect everyone to be using a 1080p monitor or something. Like, what the fuck is this? Hopefully you guys can see this, but that is $11.79 Australian dollars. That is not an insignificant value. That's a fucking no. If this was free, I could understand that. Didn't it say it was free for now? I don't care. If they're ever planning to make it paid, then hell no. Where did I read that? Adding a steering wheel, exporting mesh from Blender. What is that? Because it was under development? Where did I read that though? Conclude? Oh, that's the... What did I read? I read it. Oh, wait, no, about. Maybe. Currently is in development and improvements phase and available for free for testing. You have to pay for this game, by the way. Oh, this is bigger text. $11.79. It does look like they're wanting to have more games listed than BeamNG. No. Oh, wait, I just saw that this is going to have a paid conversion service. I no longer want to have anything to do with this project. Sorry. What's happening? Why is this broken? Whatever. Yeah. Buyer beware. I've been stung a few times by programs or applications or software where they like make all the promises and whatnot, and you're like, oh yeah, great. Then you buy the thing, and then you find out later on that you have to buy a secondary thing. The one that I did that for, I have an app on my phone. Oh, I have to feed the hound. Who were they? Track Addict. They had like a free version, but it wasn't going to do enough, so I got the paid version, and I thought, yeah, great, all that sort of stuff. I can then take it and put it into my video. The stuff that they were showing was like on-screen stuff, along with the on-phone stuff that you would do. They didn't say how, if you wanted to buy the... Oh, sorry, if you wanted to actually get it out so you could use it in another application, like video editing, you would have to buy another application. And this wasn't a cheap program either. I don't know, it's spell addict, apparently. Well, apparently I can't see how much it costs because I've already bought it. Thanks. Yeah, $15. American, by the way. I believe. That could be Australian, actually. I don't know. But, yeah, it was shitty to realize that. Good old scams. Yeah, I would put that closer to the scam category now. Not a straight-up scam, but pretty darn close. Considering that you have to pay $12 for it, that feels like, for the level of refinement that's in there, which is very low, it's, it makes you feel like it would be a fully fledged thing. Now, here's what's gonna upset maybe you, because it upsets me. Copy page URL. Let's open this up in a thing where I can zoom in more. Pause. Whatever. It has one review, and it's positive. I think this is themselves, or a friend or something. I've been looking for this kind of tool. Hold on, let's zoom in even more so we can make this easier to read. Thank you. Finally, I was able to tweak the suspension of my BeamNG car model to add some realistic oversteer. Done in 5 minutes without a word of code. Gotta hand it to the dev here on the level of customization you could do on your model, or even create one from scratch. Oh, good. Okay, pause that one. If I like acceleration of a car but not braking, simple, change it. What? Simple, change it. Create your perfect car as you would in the real world. this has to be themselves. Strangely worded review. Yeah, I feel that they're non-English, and by guessing by the name that they had, I'm going to guess that they were non-English. I'm very disappointed by them. So what do we got here? Okay, yeah, we've done everything on here. Okay. My guess is they are using some AI and are basically wanting the user to pay for their AI credits. Maybe. You could be correct there. There is way too much AI slop going up onto Steam these days. AI generated comment? Maybe. Actually, yeah, it is very much like a pumping up the kind of person. So yeah, maybe that is AI generated. Like even the comment was AI generated. Not exactly Sems1277. They probably logged onto an alt account to make a fake review. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. So it's them, just like different account. Welcome, Flov. How's it going? Instead, let's have a look at the automation exporter. I'm kind of pissed now that I realized that. My brain completely glazed over that. Can't believe I even gave that guy feedback. That pisses me off. So, automation exporter. Because I don't want to create some custom exporter things. It's going? Good. Oh yeah, hold on, I have to go feed the beast. So we won't be buying this or making a video on it, lol. Thanks for taking one for the team. I didn't buy it. I got given the code for free. So we are not trying the car in BeamNG to see if it's any good. Well, I couldn't get any data out of it, and I would have had to have exported it and sent it to them to have them turn it into a mod. No. Like, as I was showing with this. I can't do that, can I? No. it's not only quicker, but free to just go in. I want to change the caster angle. Great, done. Want to change the kingpin angle? I think that's the kingpin angle. Change camber angle? Oh. What? Oh. Done. I have to do the same on this side, but you get the idea. Like, it's a... The Blender plugin is so good. What's the point of this stream? I was checking out a thing and then realized that it was, in my opinion at least, a scam. And I wasted everybody's time. But I'm sorry. Do I end the stream? Or do I try to delve into the automation exporter now? I'd have to change the thumbnail, wouldn't I? In my opinion, whether it's legally a scam or not, I don't know. It would probably come down to your jurisdiction. But autocraft is a software vehicle design application for Windows, built for creators who want full control over their technical and visual aspects of custom vehicles, whether you're an enthusiast designer or simply curious about automotive engineering. It gives you tools to turn ideas into virtual machines. From drivetrain layout to suspension job, perfect simulation, and sandbox fans. Autocraft is also ideal for those looking to bring their creations into games like BeamNG via external conversion service. So I suppose, no, they do actually write it there. So... is a powerful Windows designed for custom vehicles from the ground up: engine, suspension, drivetrain, 3D body, and more. Export your designs for games like BeamNG Drive through services on our websites. Yeah. Okay, so maybe it's just me, I'm an idiot, and I should have read that. Yeah. But I feel that a lot of people would probably also not read the fine print sort of thing. It's like a technical version of automation, but you have to pay to get your vehicles exported. You didn't mislead us on anything to service as an effective warning for the community. Yeah, I suppose. Let's edit the title. Let's investigate the automation exporter for BeamNG. First part of the stream. I highly would suggest you avoid autocraft because of the future plans for pay to export your mod, unless you really want it but don't like automation. The car company tycoon game. Second part of stream. Investigating how the exporter for automation works. Okay. So worst long? I don't know about that. I think if it was a scam, they wouldn't update the game, but that's my... Let's have a look at their updates. So, update this. Update includes localization for 28 languages, probably AI generated. Fixed an issue where the application could not detect the Steam client's language, causing localization to fail. So, fixing the AI generated bug, the AI code. The app now correctly reads language arguments passed by Steam to match the client's UI language. Fix for localization. So fix the AI fix that they used for the AI implementation. And now the app will adapt to Steam's client language settings. A new feature of loading 3D OBJ file. Wait, hold on. How far apart are these? August 15, August 15, August 15. Has been included. You can now load 3D models exported from Blender or any other tool. Directly use this button in another tool. Okay, so that's an ad. That was... So the game released in July, did it? July 4th. July 4th until August 15, and all they did, which is like a month and a couple of weeks, a month and 2 weeks, so basically 3 fortnights, was implement a broken system which they iterated to fix over and over again, trying to get AI to finally write the code that they want. This one actually pretty big implementation. That was on September 9th. So that's August 15th to September 9th. Almost an entire month. But that's a pretty big thing to add. I don't know what code languages you're using or anything like that, but I feel that I could probably do that in a much quicker time. If I was just using Lua, that is. With this new update, you can now load blueprints into the image files to the body design panel to make your own designs and accurate. Okay, so this is a polish that they've added. Not really anything that's like really, really needed. So the first one here is just to be able to copyright infringe upon things. So that's dubious, but sure, okay. A lot of people want to just mesh slap. That's fine. Then you know what? Maybe this is targeted towards mesh slappers. Yeah, maybe this is just targeted towards mesh slappers. With this, and then, yeah, this is if you can't find a model to mesh slap to, you can help create your own thing. But you know what that is? Hold on, let me hide this quickly. No, it's sorry. Shift A, image, reference. Now I'll hide. Well, where's a picture to take? Let's quickly find a picture. Holden Commodore side profile. Is that a 3D image? Sure, let's grab this. Hold on. Oh, it saves it as JPEG. I can't save as a PNG. All right, that'll do. I think I should be able to bring in JPEGs anyway. There. I've brought in the picture. Let's delete all of that. There, Shift A, Mesh, Cube. Could use B for A. Yeah. Not right now. Done. Done. There's a Holden Commodore. Like, it's a little bit more rudimentary, but I did that, what, 2 minutes? Oh, okay, so you're saying that they make the game then dip. I get that. I agree with that statement. Though I do feel that this is not particularly great either. I feel that they thought that maybe the automated exporter was too difficult. So they made it a service instead, and they just went, oh yeah, no, I'm trying to do a professional job. I think if the program was free, I would probably be not too unhappy to show it to people. And I wouldn't be against people buying it. Because you then get to find out whether you like it or not, then potentially buy or don't buy. Scamtomation. Unless yeah, useless software you have to pay to have and then pay to have the mod. Yeah. I think if you made a car, paid the thing for it, made the car, and then went, okay, I like what I've done. I'm gonna see what it's like in BeamNG. Oh wait, no, I have to go do a service thing. Which is probably actually AI-generated code to make the Jbeam mod, and it's probably broken, I don't know. Because why would they make everybody's car every single time? That just seems stupid. I'm drawing a blank, my brain went. I'm tired, my brain went. So it's similar to paying for a commission. Yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah. So you paid for the... No. It's like paying for access to a website, then seeing whether any of the commissions are up to the standard that you want, then paying for a commission, then getting it. Like, it's a... If people could just go in there, try it out, have a bit of fun, get one free export, no matter what, all the time, forever, I would actually probably push that to people. If you don't like automation, which a lot of people don't, because they don't like how technical it is, and they don't like how they look and all that sort of stuff, I think that could be a good alternative. Paying yourself for the commission? No, that would mean the money goes back to you. Everett again. A lot of Everett. Oh my god, a lot of Everett. Oh yeah, pay them for your commission, but not quite. Because they are actually doing work there. It'd be like you giving them a whole bunch of ideas based upon parameters, and then somebody goes away and makes a painting based on your parameters. You can try to say that it's you made the painting, but not really. I have two issues with automation. One is because I'm broke. Yeah, I fully understand that. In my opinion, at least Canadian, it's a $40 game, so shelling out 45-ish and another 35-ish from BeamNG second edition. Yeah, no, I get that. I love tycoon games, or at least did in the past. I don't know, they're all now like template games and they suck. Like one of the first early one of the early tycoon games that I really, really loved was Lemonade Tycoon. I played the shit out of that game. Loved it so much. And I've just loved tycoon games ever since. So, when I got automation, it wasn't because of the BeamNG exporter. I was completely uninterested in BeamNG whatsoever. What I did... Sorry, my brain is starting to fade. It's getting to that time of day. The other thing that I liked was the... because I really love cars. So that's 2 pro points for me. The third pro point is I am a creative person. I love to be creative. Then automation comes along. There's automation BeamNG content being created, and I was like, oh, what's this automation thing? Didn't care about BeamNG. Didn't buy BeamNG for months. It just really... It enthralled me. I even went and installed the old key version of automation before Unreal Engine so that I could use their career mode, which at the time was disabled. I kind of wish it had stayed disabled because their key version of the career mode, pretty good. Their Unreal Engine version of the career mode, pretty shit. I have tried the career mode a few times. It's just not good. So now I just use it for sandboxing sort of stuff occasionally. Don't play it as much anymore. I've well and truly played the game out. It's 1,800 hours. I'm a bit tuckered out on the game. I like to play it occasionally, but just not as much as I did. I was playing it daily. I loved it. You wish the devs had added Diesel? That might be the sort of thing that happens once they finish the game. But at the moment, it's still in early access. I think... So there's a bit of a duality with automation. I think they made automation too complicated for beginners to learn. However, I would love to have a much more in-depth version of automation, where I could do things like tune runners, design the combustion chamber, have like the ability to change individual intake manifold parameters, like the distance before and after the throttle body or bodies, the plenum size and shape. Basically, what I want is Engine Simulator, the one that Ange the Great is working on at the moment, like the full fat version. I'm gonna love that so much. Yeah, nuclear for automation sucks. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have figured out how to use it, and you just work with it sort of thing. Work through the jank and the shit and the fact that none of the numbers ever seem to line up. You have to know how to interpret them. It's not very good. I'm Kaiser, creator of autocraft. Oh. Probably not a chat you want to be in. That would be insanely sweet. What would be? A huge forex power stroke in automation. Yeah, and I think fuel types would be pretty good. So, diesels aren't great. You could try to replicate it. What else? Two-stroke? I would love to also be able to change the bank angles and the amount of cylinders, but once again, I feel that that's more of a simulation thing, like Engine Simulator, as opposed to what automation is trying to do, which is create a game. I mean, I would like it, but no. There's a lot of people that wanted to do the Engine Simulator stuff, but it was just too much for them, despite the coding difficulties. I get the difficulty. I understand it. Kind of like Eng 3D. Yeah, that's what I would like. I'm here to clarify things that you might be curious about. Okay. Imagine making a one-to-one replica of the V12 TDI Audi. Yeah. So that was actually something I was trying to make in Eng the Great's Engine Simulator. But not that one. I was trying to create the W engines. The thing is it's actually 4 banks, or what you call 4 VR engines. So it's kind of like one bank of VR engine, except it's kind of offset. Of the W engines are 2 banks of that. But not only that, every step in the pair of cylinders is a new offset again. So it gets really, really freaking weird. And there was just too many things for me to take into consideration. And I failed at it. I couldn't do it. You have to mess with Jbeam or whatever files. It's so annoying because I want more specific sounds. If I make a diesel, I want to have loud turbo noise. That's fair. And at the moment, automation is not... they're not even advertising diesels. Though it does kind of feel like you could make any sort of car, so I kind of get that. And I understand. A lot of people will just really, really like diesels. I could care less. One of the reasons I like using real car mods, more accurate sounds. Oh. I don't know, Fluv. The limitation with sounds in BeamNG is Fmod. Is the implementation of sounds they have. BeamNG is even more gamified than automation. Their engines are very, very basic. For instance, you couldn't really create a bridge-ported rough idle from a rotary engine. Now, you could go and do some Lua work. What I meant specifically was more in the Jbeam. In the Jbeam, they have an engine idle roughness, but that's RNG based. Whereas a bridge-ported rotary goes boom, 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 boom. Which is a lot of how like a old lumpy V8 sounded as well, with like a very aggressive cam. You can't do that in BeamNG without, once again, creating your own Lua stuff. 300D turbo diesel straight pipe. I just... Fluv, they're not exactly two VR engines because they have so many more offsets. Like a lot of offsets. Everything is just so weird. I had a picture of it. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can find the picture. W16? No. VW? Bugatti? Audi? No. Control F. W16. No, that's X16. W16. How did I make that mistake? Your cat died yesterday? I'm very sorry to hear that. VW, W8, or W12. Sure. I'm not getting a response in this, so... Let's have a look. W16 bank angle. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's have a look on Google and get more usable results here. Maybe I'm thinking of W12 and not W16. W12 bank angle. Cylinder angle. I can't find the image, unfortunately. There was one that, like, very specifically goes into each cylinder's angle. I wonder if it was on Wikipedia. No W16 here. W16. No. I don't remember. Anyway, it was showing that all of the cylinders were, like, just a little bit offset. What's the point of a W engine? Compactness. So, we'll just do a comparison. V8 vs i8. Straight 8. So that's a straight 8. That is a very long and big engine. A V8 would be like half that. Now, there's a lot more to take into consideration as well, like crankshaft torque. The longer a crankshaft is, the more it's going to want to twist and whatnot and potentially go out of time because your camshafts won't go the same wibbly wobbly as the crankshaft, and also just the absolute strength of the crankshaft and the camshafts braking. So you would go to like a V8, but then with a W16, sorry, with a V16 engine, it would have the same problems as a straight 8, except now you're putting twice the torque through it as well. So you make it even more compact with a W16, but a W16 engine is actually incredibly small if you haven't seen one. W16 engine. This is somebody working on a W16. Look how small that is. Why would I use i8? Because I didn't want to have to write straight. That's why I used i8. Didn't know how to make a V8 at the time? Yeah, basically. Like, I think some inline 8s had been made after the V8 had been invented, but not everybody knew how to make the V8. They are off-center? Yeah, but they're also each offset. So if we have a look at a VR6 engine. This, I believe, they're all just in a straight line. Not so for the W engines. I believe they're all a little bit cattywampus. To get, like, balance and power strokes and stuff correct. Also, I'd like to say that these are not a W engine. A W engine has 3 banks. I would even go as far as to saying a VR6 is a W engine. With the way that it goes like that, it kind of creates Ws. Or Ms. But, this would be a double W. Just saying. It just irked me when I heard them calling this a W engine when it really wasn't a W engine. I see more pictures of people working on them, but I'm not seeing the pictures anymore. Oh, right, there was a W8 engine, wasn't there? I remember now. Yeah. They called it a W engine because they didn't have a better name for it. Kind of like VR6. I don't know what R stands for, but I think it means something along the lines of straight or inline. So they're saying it's a straight and inline at the same time for the VR6 because it's such a small bank angle. Because I think one of the things about the VR engines is they use the 1-cylinder head, which also makes it a bit cheaper to manufacture. Oh, is that a put together VR6, is it? Oh, it is too. Yeah. Because a V8 is like 2 heads on other side of the engine. It's shaped like a V. Yeah. Let's just say hypothetically, I were to spend the next 72 hours of my life modeling engines. Would there be any chance you or someone else could get the engines working in Beam? I have a bunch of videos on that. You might look that up. Let me have a look at something. First engine produced. No, that's not right. That's not what I was thinking of. They're all going to be... Yeah. I think it's a 27-cylinder? Cylinder radial engine? Pratt & Whitney. Okay, give me a second. Oh, wait. 4? Why is search so slow on this drive? My internet died? No, but my music playlist had reached the end. Oh, I typed it in wrong. So there is somebody that made that engine recently, and oh, I think I just called it Big Radial. I think I see it right here. Here we go, Blender. Yep. So I had made the engine as well for the most part, but I never went through with it because there was a lot that I wanted to do that I never did. One of which is I wanted to make all of the valves animated. What have I done to the shading here? What's going on? Why is it showing a normal map? Oh, there we go. Oh, I must have been trying to bake materials from it. Yeah. That is some weird baking. I really did not know how to bake back then. Oh. What is happening? I really did not know what I was doing back in these days. Let's, go ahead and delete that. Bring this down here. Delete all of that. Wait. No, I went too far. Delete that. There we go. Okay. Then... there we go, that's getting better. Take the color out for now. That doesn't seem right. Object? There we go. It might have been the material stage where I gave up, because I remember in my most recent video I was talking about how I just hate doing materials, because materials are just a nightmare. What is this? I was on some real jacked up shit. Dot products and stuff? Damn. That's... nah. Okay, yeah, no, that's working alright. Let's go factor. It's down the normal a bit. Whatever. Why am I going through a mixer and a ramp? Whatever. Lots of metallic. Lower roughness. Let's also... What did the Pratt & Whitney look like? Pratt & Whitney. Whitney. Painted grey. Okay. We can go with that. You could just give it a fairly grey colour. So down the metallic. Down the roughness even more. Now it looks a little bit enamelish. What do we got? Oh, I've put an ambient occlusion in the way as well. There we go. New engine for the pigeon? I think it's already been done. Because somebody was showing in my Discord that they were working on this stuff. So what is the stream about now? I don't know. It's whatever. I kind of just given up on doing anything. It took my wind, took the wind out of my sails. That the thing that we're looking at earlier. We've got lights in here, so we can go to 3D view mode, cycles, GPU. Nice. There we go. Okay. Now we get a much nicer look. That's not what I want. What do I want? I want world. That's not what I wanted. Let's turn roughness up. Metallic up a bit. I'm going to try to create a lot of contrast here. Get that lovely ambient occlusion in on there. I really did not know how to model back then, but I think this did okay. Is this autocraft? Not anymore. I've got a small description in the thing. Or what is autocraft? Oh. You can go back and watch the earlier part of the stream. I don't know if I'd really fully call it a scam. Because it does say a few times that you have to make the mod through their own service. It's just not... I'm nonplussed about it. That's pretty cool. I like that. How many polygons did I manage to get this down to? Oh my god. $48,000 polygons. And it still looks low poly. Now, one of the things I didn't want to do is I didn't want to do what the Auto Bellow does for their air-cooled stuff, but I tried to limit it. Let's have a quick look. I want to make sure that I'm not talking out my ass for this. Clearly game ready. So 48,000 is fine. It's just for just the engine, that's a lot. For instance, an automation car will have about 200 to 400,000 polygons a lot of the times from your intermediate to high level mod creators. Okay. Didn't want to give away any Autobella secrets. Anyway, air-cooled engine. As you can see, it looks pretty good. But nobody's looking really close at it. It is actually two-dimensional. Now, I debated for the longest time of which one I should go with. A good material? Or actual individual cylinders. Now, if we have a look... This is actually just one cylinder. I have an array, and then an array. They're two different arrays to duplicate this, which I thought was really cool at the time. I was like, wow, I was able to create all this stuff, so I only have to make one cylinder, which is, they are all basically the same. Oh, I was so chuffed with the things I did with this. But, even then, there's not enough cooling fins on this. Let's have a look at the, Pratt & Whitney engine. As you can see... No, you can't. What about you? There we go. This has a lot of cooling strikes in it, and I did not want to go that detailed Because this would be a gazillion polygons. My brain failed me so badly just then. I'm assuming you're saying something about hello from Cuba? Sorry. Welcome. So, I could do this so much better now. And now that now that I look at how close the cooling fins are, maybe this could have been done with a material. In fact, let's give it a quick test. Matte test. Now that I know how to do this sort of stuff, I really also should have made these discs inside as opposed to making a complicated mesh like this. Would have given less polygons. No, not gonna work. That's not gonna work either? Really? There we go, that'll work. Grid fill. There we go. Grid fill's too much, whatever. Can I do it this way? No, I can't. Here's hoping. Okay. Why can't I do you? Why do you hate me so? Oh. Grid fill. There we go. Now I can do it. Let's go ahead and... There's way too many in here. Yeah, this is very basic. Dissolve edges. There we go. Now... Which one is this? It's gray. Shading. Oh, so I've run into this bug. When I copy something in Blender, it crashes BeamNG. Whoops. Big Gray V2. CV2, whatever, doesn't matter. Now, if we go wave, texture, on the Z-axis, We'll go ramp for you. Good, then scale her up. Oh, that has the same thing. Whatever, let's just... There, cool, got rid of that. That'll do. Range. That's not what I wanted. Map range? No. Map range. That's the map range I wanted. What if it goes straight in? Nothing. Okay. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. How do we do this? Oh, what happened? Oh, it's doing it in the middle. Ah, okay. Then that? That's not what we want, is it? Let's go constant. No, that does it on the edge. Okay, so if we go... I don't think I can change that with this, can I? No. No. Alright. Let's, duplicate this. But we'll... reset that. Then go that way. Let's add in another one. Something like this. What's going on? This normal isn't working very well. Is it this being too high? There we go, that's a little bit closer to what we want. Okay, so now we change the map range. Can we not change the size of it? No. That's good. Oh, but the offset is now wrong. I think we're getting there, yeah, except we want to change the colors. Yeah, okay, I think that's getting a little bit closer. Okay, good. Except I did have the colors correct. Whoops. You might go down to... Oh. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Metallic instead. And you go to color. We want this to be inverted. Nope, that's the wrong way around as well. Roughness is at the bottom of this group. There we go. So this should be roughness. We want to reset you, then flip direction. There. Now we want to change colors up a little bit. So this is the color one. We don't want it to be blindingly white. And then we also don't want it to be blindingly metallic or completely not rough. Something like that. Then the roughness. That was the wrong way. Now, okay, they're a lot rougher. Let's go play with the roughness. A bit more like that. Should I turn the metallic back up? Yeah, that works. Have you guys seen that at least the iOS keyboard is deliberately wrong? So you'll tap the keys and then it'll show that you've tapped the key that you wanted to tap, but then when it's writing it out, it does it wrong. We might move away from whatever it is we've done generated. Let's go. No, just these edges are like really sharp. I don't know how to undo this sharp edges thing that can be seen sometimes. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's a combination of the angle. Like if you're not perpendicular on, you could clearly see the angles happening. I think this would do well with a displacement map instead. I really don't know how displacement maps work in Blender. I've had a look at it, but yeah, I don't know how displacement map works. I think if we were going for like a motorcycle engine, we probably would go more the 3D style. But with this, I think this material works better. I may not have done this material because I just didn't know how to do it at the time. What do I want? You. So now we are at $26,000. So if we have reduced. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Is there a way that I can fix that normal? No. Okay. We'd have to do that UV based, wouldn't we? Ugh, that's horrible. Is there a... Oh, there's another ring inside that I didn't delete. UV. Mark seam. UV minimal stretch. Why did that go weird? UV angle based? Oh, there's a bunch of pinned nodes on it. Okay. Unpin. Minimal stretch. Okay. Y-axis. There we go. Okay. Now they all have the same axis. I just, instead of having it generated in the world, which was creating these vertically, but then these were also going vertically, but the cylinders are on a side, I had to do it to the UV map, and by that, it will now generate those waves, which is the lines, basically, you saw, going upwards. That's what's happening there. That's pretty cool. I could redo this so much faster. I think I spent like a week on this thing, just kind of like, or maybe more than a week, just fiddling around, learning, stuff like that. Using planes instead of protruding the mesh? I don't know what we're talking about. Also, my poly count is really low. I probably also extruded these all out individually. As opposed to using my technique that Jordan showed me, which is to use a... What is it again? A curve, yeah. Like a Bezier curve or something, and then turn that into a mesh, which is super simple to do. Got late. How bad was the autocraft thing? Not good. In my opinion, at least. I don't like the idea of it having the purchase price plus the turn my mod into a thing price. My game file into a mod. Like, that future plan does not seem good. Do I just make this engine? I have the model. I could make it one day, or I could just make it a part of a stream project. Do you guys want me to do this in a stream project? Just make it into a thing? I reckon I could. Yeah, let's do that. Even though somebody else has already made it. Let's make a giant engine. Okay. Title and thumbnail updated. I kind of want to make this better as well. Because there's a lot of mistakes here. Like, we don't need this bottom face. What are we looking at here? Pratt and Whitney. These are weirdly shaped cylinders. Can you show us one of the cylinders? No. Alright, let's have a closer look. There's these, like, exploded view ones. God, there's a lot to do here. And I don't know if I have the patience to do a whole bunch of modeling again. So, kind of goes a bit tapered. That's kind of accurate. And then the top one, this is very wrong. Hmm. Delete vertices. Okay, that's step one. Next step is to create whatever the hell this lump is. Does that go to the back or the front of the engine? That goes to what I would call the back of the engine. Okay. Yeah, okay. So... Cube. Let's, Oh, I closed it. There we go. What have we got here for images? Oh, I didn't have a grab images. Okay. Save image as. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to do that. I've got it here. Big radial. Save. Blender. Don't need this one no more. For import. No. There, Shift A. Image. Reference. Switch it around, scale her up. Sounds like Neatfix. No, it's not. Okay, so our scales and dimensions and everything are way off. This is also really hard to see. Alright, let's work with this. Something like that. I think that's about right. Looking good. Don't need these for now. I think they're even bigger. That's better. We don't have the other dimensions as of yet, but we can start modeling this now. Now let's try that again. There we go. It might be a bit thick. Then yeah. That looks good. That doesn't look great. This is a tricky model to make. Modeling is difficult. I'm trying to keep this low poly because it will get out of control very quickly. I think there's no such luck here. I think, yeah, we're gonna have to approach this differently. Do we see, does it taper towards one side at all? It does look like it tapers towards the front a little bit, so let's create that taper. We might want to also put a split in here. Yeah. That looks good. Now, you go into a weird place. You start under this thing. Oh, I suppose there is more to do here, isn't there? Ah. It might be easier to create a new shape for that. We'll go with something like 6. That's okay. There. Yeah, I feel that this very much shrinks in the middle. Something like that. That looks good. Save polygons this way. So we're about to add a bunch more. So it does something, then it... I think it does this. Then comes back out again. Nope. Now, make this a little bit bigger. Okay. That's meant to be black, is it? I don't know about that. There we go, that's much more black. Now, to mess... Oh, my UVs have changed. Oh, so this is just a generic pattern. We can scale this up a lot and have a less detailed pattern. So we can now drop our scale. No, that's not what I wanted. Value. There we go. I had a lot of these things wrong, didn't I? Yeah, the angle is wrong as well. Fucked up the angle. Whatever. It's meant to go this way, not this way. Whoops. With Engine Sim? Yeah, I am planning to do this with Engine Sim, I think. At least that's my goal so far. Oh, this would have been baked. Okay. Okay, well this I can change. Where does that exactly connect into? Goes into the middle of the cylinders. There's some polygons saved. That'll do. Let's, where's the array for this? Did I use an empty? I think I used an empty. What if we go minus? Perfect. Good, use the same thing. What about you? So this looks like it was individually handcrafted. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. So fun fact, late October, my Honda Civic's exhaust fell off while I was driving, like it was from rust. I think I had a similar thing in my Ford Falcon with the trip that I recorded for my IRL channel. What are we looking at? I think that's about right. That's wrong. Oh, because I've not far enough forwards. We're not using any reference stuff. I think I did pretty decent. Something like that. There. Okay. Let's bring back the cylinders and increase the array offset. Huh? The fuck? Oh, I'd have to move that and the empties. So what does this empty do? Oh, that's that empty. Okay. There we go. All right. Where does the first cylinder start? I fucked up. I don't want to grab that. There. Then... There we go. No. But that is fairly correct anyway. I want to have maybe a little bit more rotation per thing. Until that one... This one is vertical. I'm guessing like this. Something like that. Oh. Okay, let's try that again. Actually, you know what? It probably doesn't want to be 100% in line. What it really would probably want is... longitudinal rot. Radial rot. Is one would want to stop just before this one, so evenly divide. Sevens, right? There's 7 rotors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so 360 divided by 7, then divided by 5, 10.28. 286. There we go, that's what we want. Okay. Why are we still in shading? It's looking good. They're not overlapping, which is great. Pers Island pause. Whoa. Reference. Alright. Let's go back to per cylinder. Has this changed place? Oh, I think I may have accidentally lifted things up a little bit. Does that expand outwards? What's happening? Okay. Weird. I did something. Okay, so... Yeah, we did move the whole thing up. I don't know how that happened, but... Oh, 'cause no, we changed the size of the cylinder, the engine block. That side's correct. That side's too much. Okay, so I think that's kind of in the middle. Okay, that's good. Somewhere around there. That? So what exactly is happening here? It looks like it's going straight, but then it doesn't go straight. feel like this kind of actually goes like this. Strange. Alright. Very weird. By the way, if you're wondering how I'm like quick hot swapping with sharpness and unsharpness, I wrote a small script on that. Maybe I'll share that at some point. I use a few scripts, not many though. And they're usually all little things. Okay, that works. Yeah, having a look here, I can kind of see that there is a bit of a shape change. Actually, what I think is happening is not that rotation. Let's bring that rotation back. What I think is happening is it tapers like this. That works. Now, this join line here doesn't look great, but we can tweak that a little bit. We might do that later. How's the density of layers? Well, we might actually be a little bit denser than they are. But it also looks like it changes. It looks like it's thicker up here, but then less down here. Okay, that'll do. Don't need you. Good. Okay. I feel that's a good step one. We should probably also actually, you know what, create this. I was going to make that on the cylinder block itself, then I realized, no, that's stupid. Then extrude, shrink, rotate. Bring that to here. Extrude. That goes into the block. Oh! The block isn't flat. I didn't ever pick up on that. Like, I knew that it wasn't flat, but I didn't realize just how unflat it was. Okay, so... what's happening? Oh, it's face select, that's why. It'd be something like this. Be probably about yay size. I think this will work. Okay. We might go with that. Let's add an array. Definitely not big enough. Oh, and it doesn't really actually start until the first cylinder, which should be about here. Okay. Somewhere around there. Oh, that's very close. Cool, then we can merge that back up later. Let's go back to you. Somewhere around there, maybe. Somewhere around there. I feel also make this a little bit bigger. And we'll join that up afterwards. As for you, whatever. We can figure that out later. Oh, you know what? I never put in the one groove here. There we go. I am much happier with our cylinders now. And our bank. Maybe this isn't actually... Oh, you know what? I think I had the wrong way around. This is smaller. That's the same size. I think it sits about there. It's about right. Let's hope that Brad and Whitney are both happy with what we've done. That still doesn't match up though, huh? Weird. So we can see that we're a little bit above here, where the engine block is, but a little bit below here, so... Okay, I'm seeing a little bit better now. It's also not completely even. There we go. So fun fact, later... Oh, wait, I already read that one. What are we thinking? Fancy? Fancy schmancy? Oh yeah, this can be much narrower now. Oh wait, no, the first lot is not that narrow. Then this gets a lot narrower. Down to that size. Is there a valley in between these two? I don't think there is. I think that is a fairly straight line. Okay. Then, let's go back to the per cylinder thing. Oh, it must be that the cylinder is, Oh, wait, no. I see it now. Somewhere around here is where that sits. Okay. Not 100%, but we're also not working with, like, the perfect image. That is very tight. Tight. Some may say, like a tiger. What sort of angle do we have on this? There is a bit of an angle, yeah. Really hard to see, though. That looks like a 20-degree rotation offset. Oh. There we go. 20. Okay. There we go. I don't like this song. That looks fine. Okay. We'll just fake it. Okay, that's step uno done. Then on the cylinder heads, there is, what, 2 lines? I'm still in shading. Why am I not in modeling? Kind of looks like 4 lines, actually. Then there's these extra little joiners in between all of them. What actually happens? What are we talking about, Kenneth? Not sure what you're asking. Oh, wait, there's 2 of these per cylinder. That's what's kind of throwing me for a loop here. Okay. Das bitte. I also feel like there's probably... That's what I wanted. A rotation of this. Like that. Okay, good. Just want it to angle into the engine. Because it's probably just to take things out. So let's shade smooth. Okay. Last thing. Something I forgot to do. There we go. That's working well. We're trying to make this function engine. Or make this a function engine. Yeah, I'm trying to make it function. It's a project which I started a long time ago, but never actually completed. Next. What else we got here? We got a... In between the caps, there is a bit of a valley where this pipe comes down. Okay. Chat be in light mode for real? What? Dog is upside down? Yeah, she'll do that sometimes when she gets excited. Or, like, playful and just wriggles around on her own. Oh, my voice is going. Wait, these look like they go straight into the block, so why do these look like an angle? I don't get it. We'll just ignore that for now and pretend it didn't happen. There's an array of bolts at the bottom. We can do that. Actually, let's go back and have a look at that. At the bottom of the cylinder, there is a round base. Now, I'm also recognizing that there's a flat base for it to screw onto. So we can easily model that up. Now though, let's just get this working. Something like that. Then to you. Oh, the cylinder's offset. Oh, this whole setup is offset. How'd that happen? How's the size look? Size looks fine. Yeah, that looks okay. Really? Just a little bit bigger. I must have scaled wrong at some point. Okay. Then we can reshape this cylinder, because I remember thinking it was a bit weird. Somewhere around there. And yeah, okay. Back to that angle. Okay. looks good. That's the face. This is the mating surface. Goes like that. Okay. Now we can go back to you. You're no longer a line. Maybe something more like that. I think that's about right. We're gonna create a new cylinder bore. The center block part. Gonna add a whole bunch more polygons to this. Yay! More things! Actually, we should probably divide this by 7. 2 7s 14. Shift A. Cylinder. 90. 21. 14. Vertices. 14. Rotate on the y-axis approximately. How much is correct? 13? 12? 12.9. 12.99. 8. The hell? 360 divided by 7 by 14 divided by 2. 12.857. There we go. Okay. Let's make it match this. Okay. Then, if I shift A, empty axis, block rot, 12.8. Five, 7. Object offset. Why is that not working? Oh dear. Oh, okay. This would be 25.7.1. 5.71. 25.71. Not there yet. Times 4. 51,429. 51.429. $51.429. There we go. Okay. Then a third. Something like that. Cut. Cut. Done. Did that cut right? That did not cut right. Something like that. Okay. Okay. Let's make our life a little bit easier. There we go. Okay. Oh. I should probably mirror this as well. How does that work? Why is mirror not working? Oh, because mirror needs to happen first. Or not? Oh, because I turned mirror off. I turned off the wrong thing. Array longy. Array rad. Okay. What if we move this down? Yeah, that does it wrong. Then we have a bit of overlap. Oh. We have to fit within the gap, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What if we delete this? Okay. How's that looking? That's looking pretty good. Got a little bit to clean up here. Oh, actually, you know what? No, we won't clean that up yet. Now we'll clean this up. There we go. There's our cylinders. But we are going to have to add rotational offset to our longy. I only wanted to apply the other sort of offset, whatever. Wait. How's your array go? Longy? Rad. So your longy is just longy rod. Oh. That's my position. Why? Edit the origin. Then. Aha! What the f- That's not what I was expecting. Oh, I think I get it. At least a little bit. There. That's what we want. Yep, that's good. Now, what the hell is happening with this array? Oh, we're about to head into some neat fix. Oh. I wonder if I rearrange this. That does not fix the issue. Oh, I got this the wrong way around. Yeah, this isn't good for us. So we got the first one, but there's only 4 in the array. Let's go 5, 6, 7. Good. That is our array done. Take it back to 1 cent. No. Okay. Then if we want another array, we won't have object offset. We'll just have 4. That way. But this does not line up with our cylinders. So now we're going to have to add some sort of like rotational offset. But we only have distance offset so far. So we're going to have to duplicate our block rot. Block rot to... oh. Longy. Does it have relative offset as well? What's happening? Oh, it does. Yes. Okay. Where does it match up? I can't even see it. Is that meant to be it? That doesn't seem right. Oh, look. Now, our block longy is going to start becoming funky. Something like that. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even fit on the first one, does it? Okay. Now we're going to have to do a lot of joining of these vertices eventually, but we'll get to that at a later date. Okay, that's looking okay. Ish. Cursor. There we go. Good. Currently we're at 17,000 polygons. Okay, I think we're doing well. Now, we want to add the weird shapes that we get. So, we do have the valley in the middle. That's just by virtue of us adding an extra one of these. It almost looks like there's also a hole. But we're not going to bother with that. That's way too in-depth into the model itself. Yeah, I think that's good. I have an idea. I don't like this. Delete edges. There we go. Just a little bit more. Smoothness to be added. Something's a bit weird though. How's the face orientation, maybe? There we go, that's what's wrong. Doing better. We might do a little bit here as well. How's that look? I think that's helped us. Good. Cylinders. Now, if we have a look, we can see that the shape of the cylinders becomes a little bit square towards the top. It happens just before it starts having this pipe attached to it. And it becomes a weird sort of hexagon. Do we have that pipe showing on this side of this image? Not by the looks of it. That's disappointing. It's also flat metal there, huh? Alright, I think to accomplish this, you'll go like this. Oh, wait, no, hold on. First, I need to create another division as to where I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to start at about here. This. We'll go very square, even a little bit over, because then next we're going to grab these faces, edges, and we're going to make them pointier like the actual thing. There we go. That's kind of what's happening. And then we can just simply adjust by going up. Like this. But I think that was too far. Actually, you know what? Since I think it gets... No, that's fine. I think that'll do. How's the array looking? Nice. We're at 18,000 polygons. Not bad. Not good, but not bad. I think a normal engine is maybe a few hundred. Sorry, a few thousand. Oh, I don't have it anymore, do I? Let's have a look at the covered engine as an example. We'll grab the rear one, because the rear one, I don't know, kind of looks cooler. I think it's mostly because it's longitudinal, but... engine, intake, turbo, coolant lines. We won't do transmission just as yet, but we'll add everything in just to show the sheer comparison. That is 8,700. Okay, maybe it's not that efficient, but you get the idea. Like, They don't have 80,000 polygon. Oh, wait, no, I'm at 18, aren't I? Oh yeah, I'm only at 18,000. So I think I'm doing okay. Better than the number I was doing before, right? $15,000 in just this. The engine block, however, is only 2,600. Okay, that's alright. Let's bring back... overhead pipe 1. That'll do. You're 7,500 polygons on your own, huh? Whoa. Let's put you about here. I remember that I joined them up manually afterwards, didn't I? What are we looking at? Let's go per cylinder. Oh, we are in per cylinder. No, we're not. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, because we've gone the other way around. Okay. That's about the right height. There's also a lot of polygons. Take away these things. So 286 polygons, which is quite low. That's 8,000 polygons, and we're not even done yet. So, what is the wiggle wag that the pipe does? Kind of straightens, then zigzags a little bit. Yeah, that looks about right. I don't know how bounding box works, apparently. That'll do. Oh, there's a face on the end. Only face. Fuck it, we're just gonna cheat. I don't know why I wouldn't have done this in the first place. Camera is all weird. Yep, that looks good to me. Then at the very end, it looks like it goes into the turbocharger. So this side comes all the way up here and then goes into the... Or maybe this is a... Yeah, no, because this is running off the crankshaft, it's a supercharger. No need to tell me that a turbocharger is technically a turbo supercharger. I know what I'm talking about. It goes into the compressor housing. Oh, I see it here. They cut it off. No wonder I couldn't figure out where they went on this side. Okay. Oh, this is for the ignition system. So what have they got here? They got a pipe. It splits off at the very beginning of each cylinder, goes into a block, and then down to the thing. Then this pipe just keeps going on, and it's got a few things in it. Okay. Let's create a curve. So this will start somewhere around here. Is that meant to be the distributor or magneto here? I see here it's got a line running up to this, and that line runs in a hose around it. So maybe this is the magneto, or distributor, or whatever you want to call it. Looks like a magneto. Okay, I'll create it without the magneto, and the magneto will get added afterwards. But I feel like the very first one connects just straight to the magneto, and then the rest hook off of this loop here. Okay. Then, how does it route? To the left side, and goes kind of just over top of this valve cap. So something like this. Then we'll go now let's drop the polygons down a little bit, so we only need to be probably about 3. Then this can be a square, it doesn't actually need to be a circle. Because there's going to be a lot of this going on. Oh, no. Add an array. That's not working for us, no. What's it, the radial rot? No. Longitudinal rot. Hey, what do you got here? This is the one that we want. Fixed count 4. Object offset. Longitudinal rot. Oh, I see it now. Because I meant to have more. Okay, something like this. Then we'll get this to line up. This hasn't worked at all, has it? This has gone horribly. I think no array for this direction. I'll just create it all by hand, which will save us a bunch of time anyway. And we'll modify it from there. I do like to learn the quote-unquote proper way to do things. But sometimes just it's not the right way. Okay, you know, we're only creating the initial one to start with. Now, what happens at the end? Oh, they've cut it off. Oh, no, wait, no. It looks like it loops around to the next cylinder? I see that goes off here. No, wraps around to the other side of the cylinder head. I think this is the very last one, and it wraps back around. It does what? So this is at the beginning. It does look like... Oh, it doesn't go straight to the magneto. It does come off of this line by the looks of it. Or maybe... Alright, whatever. Yeah, it comes out of this tube, as we were expecting. Oh, wait, is there a magneto for each bank? Ah, okay. We can mess with that. Comes up, goes around, so it kind of bolts onto the front here. And then when it reaches the end, so it forks off, it comes into an ignition coil maybe, and into the cylinder, but then this one comes around to the very last one. It doesn't fork off, it just wraps back around and back into the cylinder. Wraps around. Goes back into the cylinder, that looks correct. Wraps around. Oh, is this side the fuel injection? And the other side... Wait. Oh. The black hose is the intake. Silver hose is probably the exhaust. Oh, these are connected via a link. Oh, okay, we'll have to put that in. So if there's no fuel coming in through this line, then yeah, this has to be the fuel injection line, and then the spark plug line So there's a spark and a fuel injection. I can see just a bit of a notch cut in there. I think that's what's happening. Okay, let's hook you around then. Something like this. And then where's the flat side of this? Okay, we should probably... If the fuel is on the front, so it has to come to the back side of the cylinder. Something like this. That's looking okay. Maybe not. It's looking quite jank, actually. Hello all, what's the deal with this engine? It is a ginormous septuple Radial 7 engine from World War whatever, I don't know. Converted into this giant engine, but I don't think it ever got used. I think it's holds some sort of record. I don't know. It's like 27 liter, just a big ass thing. Oh, there is another one in here. Okay. And it's just a bit of a fun project to do. Okay. Now, from here, we will add the extra line. Remind me of the three-way motor Porsche did recently. Three-way motor. Don't know about it. It sounds nerdy and funny. I'm sure you're having fun. Oh yeah, I love doing, just delving into technical stuff. What happens if I just extrude out from here? Okay, it tries to create a thing. Let's create a new version of this. Delete vertices. Delete vertices. So how does this go? It T-forks off pipe. Oh, is that where it is? It's on the side of it. And that means that this is incorrect. so let's try to get an orientation here. Facing towards the back of the engine. Towards the rocker casing. Facing the back of the engine. No, that's correct. I'm gonna... Fuck. Oh. Have I rotated the cylinder the wrong way, have I? Cylinders are angled in line. Wait, yeah, okay, so I'm seeing something here. These rockers are offset this way. No, they're offset the same way. What am I seeing then? Oh, the rockers happen on the corner. Okay. Alright, I'm starting to see the matrix a little bit now. Is that more like it? Yeah, that is closer. Okay. Now it's making a little bit more sense. So... in here. It's facing forwards. So... yeah, it wraps around and attaches into here. Okay. Whew. I should probably create the spark plug itself. Let's just go a simple cylinder, 6-sided. Okay. I think that's correct. Okay. So it sits about here. Trying to figure this geometry out is a goddamn nightmare. Friendly face. Shit smooth. You can take LU. Hold it. Talking about the W18. Oh. We did talk about the W18. No, sorry, W16. Are you going to make an M4 Sherman? Nah, that's not the plan. I'm just having fun. Now, it comes off the side. The T-junction's just before itself, so kind of in between the cylinders. Should be about here is where it would T-junction from. Then you somehow we have to get down to that spark plug. I cannot see shit. There's way too much happening. Let's, for now, turn off the arrays. There we go. Now we can see a lot easier. We'll go like this. You know what this song reminds me of? This is my horse. My horse is amazing. But, like, somehow also not. I'm doing such freeform jank modeling right now. That should do it. Okay. This one will convert to mesh. Then... Hey! Coming up on Nefix now. Oh no, only one Nefix song. Dissolve edges. Oh no, there is more than one Nefix. My bad. I just looked at it wrong. Do that. There we go. Doesn't need to be fully round, it just needs to look like it is. The underside will be hidden. Okay. I'll just rotate you a little bit. That'll do. Alrighty. What does it look like normally? It has a fairly sharp, but not actually sharp edge, so... Good. Then... join. Turn the erase back on. Okay. Now, we just get this to join up. Or... Yes, because when I hear music like this, the first thing I think is, hey, look, rock music. And I mean, I don't know it's around Halloween time, but no thanks. This is going all fucking awry now. You. Okay, you're the one that's a problem now. Oh, except you're in the wrong place. We'll eventually clean this up, so that'll just align. Now, how do we link you to the ignition? Comes down, it bolts to the front at like a 90-degree angle, weirdly, and then wiggles back down. Like this. Wriggles back down. Then there's a loop. So where does the loop sit? The loop does not sit in any sort of particular area. It's just around. Okay, we're going to add a torus for this. You know, just to make our lives a little bit easier. Mesh. Torus. Mesh segments does not need to be so much. Let's go 23. And that's maybe 5. Major radius. Smaller. Around here? These are different engines, I just realized. It's like the nose cap is different. Okay. And that does only have the one, but this has a bunch of different... Ah. Radius. Um... 2 seconds of 14. No. Yes? No. Where's it starting from? I suppose it's really hard to say. Oh, look! We just kind of happened to land on it. It's 16. Okay. Whew. Yeah, how's that size look? Could be a little bit bigger. There. And we'll have 2 of these. Object apply all transforms. What do you got? Gray. Let's change gray to body. Block. Okay. Good. Alright, that works. Except it's black on here, but here it's body colored. I think we'll go with black. Nah, body colored. And then it switches to black. Okay. That we can do. Object offset. Radial rotation. But then it's got the longitudinal offset, huh? That's no good. Nope, that was the wrong one. Radial rod, that's what I wanted. There we go, okay. 5, 6, 7. Okay, good. Let's add on. This is not a mesh yet. I'm gonna have to delete that, aren't I? Frick. Alright. Convert to mesh. Array. Radial, that one. Okay. Then let's add a small little plane. We'll keep it very simple here. Like that. Oh, these just go to a right angle piece as opposed to these ones, which have a bracket. It's a twisted bracket. Welcome, new people, like Dr. John Doe. I have an itch to say the numbers of the engine. You can go for it. Whether I pay attention or not is a entirely different question. Oh, that's what's happening. Yeah. Okay. And we can make the aluminium double-sided so we don't have to mess with that too much. Then perfect. Looks like an interesting stream. Thank you. I'm glad that you find it entertaining. The brain rot ones? I don't know. Whenever I see your streams, it's always way after it started, but you're also always still going when I click. Oh yeah, when I'm just making normal content for recordings and stuff, it goes all day long. Let's shorten these up a little bit. There. This is looking better. Now, I could swear there's another line running to the cylinder head, around the cylinder head. Oh, is it twin spark? Is that why I was getting confused? Oh. One down, one over. Okay. I get it a little bit more now. Okay. So how does the twin spark work? Where does it fork off from? Forks off from earlier. Or does it fork off from the same place? Oh. God, there's such a spaghetti of wires. This is a different one again, without those coil pack looking things. What the hell? I'm really struggling to figure out how this goes together. Why am I so sleepy or like so yawny today? Oh, I see it a little bit better now. Okay. So in this particular example, it has the T-junction that comes out of this line, but then it goes into a different T-junction to split off two ways around and creates a bit of a... We won't say what that looks like. That's not a good example. Does this one do the same thing? So this line goes here up to the ignition pack, I don't know. Then tees into here. But the same cylinder maybe? Loops around. I don't know where that T-junction's. Maybe it has just like a weird V-shaped T-junction. V-shaped double T. So hard to see. But I am very certain now that it is twin spark. So do we want to have... Okay, so this one you can see that it's got the big intake pipe, but then the sparks are off to one side. All off to one side. Then on this one, they're all off to one side, but there's no ignition. This one, it's on either side of the pipe. Oh, that's the same picture. Last cylinder comes around, goes into its... Does it T-junction at the same place, but then go to the next cylinder? What the hell? So, spark plug line comes in. It's got a T-junction, goes into one cylinder. Line comes around, it forks off again. What is happening? Okay, so first fork goes into the first cylinder. And that only has, by the looks of it, one forking off. The next one, if we read that back, it comes around and it goes into this T-junction fork, but that T-junction fork comes around here and it looks like it goes into the next cylinder. Oh yeah, no, that would be fine. If they all fire at the same time. What does the crankshaft look like? That is different offsets. Give me a minute. She's a bit mopey today because we didn't walk. Wasp Major? I don't know what that means. What were we up to? We were looking at the orientation of how we would do the secondary spark thing. I think I'm remembering why I gave up on this previously, and I think it's to do with the fact that I didn't know what the offset of the cylinders was, so I didn't know how to make it an engine sim. But now that I'm a lot calmer, I think I can give this another proper try. What's the name of the engine? The Brad and Whitney something or other. R4 360. It's a giant engine. So I don't know how this spark works, but we'll just keep giving it a try. I think I'm going to try to work with this being all on one side. Of the black pipe, that is. That looks fine. Now, let's get this to line up here. Then we'll readjust this. There we go. Allow the array modifier to work the way I want it. Go. Then you can go about here. And that one will get cleaned up later. Okay. Now, back to you. Okay, let's This is doing some sort of like weird wasted spark system. How does the first one line up then? Does the first one only have one spark plug? Oh my god, this spaghetti is annoying. Oh. The first one comes around. Oh, it's T-junctioning in between the cylinders, of course. Yes, okay. Okay. Let's separate these. We've got the arrays and everything that we want now anyway, so that's all fine. This would work a little bit kind of like this. Good. Now you. Something like that. This will go to the first one goes to the far side. So this would actually go here. Okay. Oh, damn it. There we go. This is why you don't, like, rotate just in, like, normal view. Oh, damn it. This model is becoming jank. Okay, now, this one, on the other hand, loops around to the other side. Does it? No. No, this one has to go to the... Goes to the far side. First one goes to the far side. Secondary one goes to the next cylinder. On the far side? Oh my god, this is so confusing. Fuck it. You're coming around to here. Is this why you model in orthographic view? I don't know. Oh, this sucks. I hate modeling an orthographic view, but I think this is the only way I'm going to be able to do such a complicated piece of shit. Oh, this is terrible as well. This is terrible. Eggs? I have eggs every morning. What are we building the behemoth for? No particular thing, just wanted to make it. We'd reached the end of the last thing that we were doing in the stream and went, oh, we got a lot of time left over. What was the automation replacement you were talking about? It's earlier in the stream. Don't bother. I did change the title. Don't bother with it. In my opinion, at least. I doubt that they realize what they've done, but either way, like, I don't think that they realized the problems with what they had done. So, can I separate? Yeah, I can. Separate selected. That was wrong. I think it's split. There we go, split. Now, does this have an end on the face? No, it doesn't. Okay, just a bit weird. What just happened? What did Alt W do? That Alt space bar do? Nothing. Oh. I mean, it's pretty bad, but it's also not consumer friendly. Get to see my dog. What is the dog's name? Pippa. It's her name. Okay. Okay, so this works on the first one, but then every other subsequent one, it has a problem. Let's, bring this in tighter. And then rotate it in this axis. What am I, oh, the ground is in the way. Let's attach it this way instead, this time around. Then for the final one, we'll have to do another thing as well. You love that name? She's very adorable. I feel that I should probably get these to link up here, and then we'll make that mesh match. What we're trying to do is get that to line up here. Okay. Then we can line this up. Let's just get that done. Okay. How many polygons? 36,000 now? Okay. They're playing and enjoying? I agree. NG on. Not bad. We're going to do one other thing as well. I'm going to take you and assign block. Does this not have enough array elements? It does not. There we go. Okay. Oh, these pipes are so, like, tubes are so jank. $37,000 now. Next, I want to put on these Magneto-looking truckers. This one has individual ones, and I think that's the design I'm going to go for. Just because, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. They are egg-shaped. Fat towards the back, pointy towards the front. That has a clamp on the front. It's hard to tell. Okay. Let's go with a 6-sided perfect. Oof. How much horsepower? Probably a few thousand, I don't remember. There's also a turbo and a non-turbo version. Or maybe it's only turbo. I don't know. Why can't I loop cut this way? I suppose it's because it's not a polygon. Kind of tapered down a little bit. So let's do that. Except we're going to cut across a few times. Okay. I think that's looking decent. We'll add one more bit of detail. Cylinder. Let's just go simple 5-sided. Doesn't need to be perfect. There. Oh, this one isn't attached directly onto the pipe. Whereas this one looks like it would have been. This one we don't even get to see it. It's too far forwards. But this also looks like it has individual of whatevers to attach to the stuff. Sits further back. Okay. Something like this. One more cylinder. Oops. Something like this. Only faces. Okay. It's hard to tell. I'm gonna guess. Probably also body colored. Oh, block colored, sorry. So used to working on cars that I call things like body colored. Okay. So much detail into this engine. God damn. I see why the engine is so weird. The physical location of the cylinder banks offsets aren't ideal for engine timing, and they compensated with an offset crankshaft. Yeah, I assume it's something like that. The thing about radial engines is they are always smooth, as in even firing order all the time. And I think that they have, if I remember correctly, really good engine balance as a result. Except longitudinally. I think there was something like that. It's like they were good in one direction, but not the other, maybe. Maybe that's what it was. It's been a while. Cheating. Yay. Love it. What else? How we looking? I suppose we could work on the final spark plug thing. So you're getting one spark, but not a secondary spark. How's that work? Fuck. All right, let's try. Applying that. May as well just grab a U. Is this the same song like 3 different ways? Okay. First one gets double sparks. Coming off the same thing. The rest don't. There, we've cheated. What a pain in the neck that is. Now on the final one, it's got 2 sparks as well. Good. Okay. It was just the first one that didn't get 2 sparks. I'm also realizing that this spark plug may have been over here. Nope, that's where the exhaust is. Intake, exhaust? I can't tell. I think the intake is on the top. And I think that's the exhaust. Otherwise, it's the other way around. And that tube goes nowhere. Yeah, the top goes into that. The side manifold is blocked off with a freeze plug or a wash plug, whatever you want to call it. See, I'm not seeing a thing on this side, but on this side, it's blocked off. What? This is the one we're looking at. So this has that manifold kind of starting out. They haven't blocked it off this time. can't see. On the downward side. I don't see it on this side. That's the top side intake manifold. But I can't see the downside. The other side. And then this side is just missing that manifold entirely. That has to be the exhaust, because otherwise where does the exhaust gases come out of? It has to be that hole. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. So that has to be the exhaust, but in none of the pictures can I see the exhaust poking out. Oh, that's right, it's called a wasp. Let's see if we can find more images. This image looks pretty freaking cool, by the way. Fine. Is that as big as it gets? Thanks. That is a cool picture. That's awesome. Such low-res images. I still can't see the exhaust side. Such a small article. I think this has also got the exhaust off and blocked, because I could see those freeze plugs again. But no exhaust. Also known as exhaust. They got the thing out. Maybe they'd just take it off for pictures because it's so hard to see what's happening with them on. Like, otherwise, there's no reason to not be able to see them. Okay, that's actually a little bit more of an image. So they have some sort of like weird cup mechanism on them. And wait, does it go to a tube? I hate when they block you out from being able to zoom in on images more. That looks like it converges into a tube, into another torus. And I hate that I have to move my mouse, but that looks like the torus that it goes into. Oh, there was a second lot of zoom, huh? Is this the same flicker? Yeah, it is flicker. Go flick yourself off, flicker. Yeah, I don't know what happens to the exhaust. Maybe the exhaust comes out of the bottom here, maybe? Still don't see it. Okay, now we're onto other things. Oh. Okay, it's a very small picture though, unfortunately. Okay, this looks like the exhaust and then just goes to nothing, and I'm assuming that's because after that it has the big donut. Well, that's not going to help us. Great. Thanks. Is that a turbocharger there? Is that what that is? Oh, so they do have conventional turbochargers. Oh, so they have a centrifugal supercharger and a turbocharger by the looks of it. Kind of vibey, if you say so. So are these actually turbocharged? I suppose that's what that housing could be. 2400? Pod Racer engine from Star Wars? Yeah, a little bit. Turbo. The war was over before last generation, last percent turbo jets, but was turbo props. One model that used 2 large turbochargers in addition to the supercharger. Okay. 4,300 horsepower. Good golly, Miss Molly. So, there was a version with turbos and a version without turbos. We're making the non-turbo version. And then we might make the turbo version as well. Kind of like what I did with the Napier Railton. So, these... that's the radial. That's the... That's the radial. That's the longy. Apply. We're gonna now make you go to the turbo. Supercharger. There we go. That's the intake pipe gone. Done, sorry. Exhaust is on this side here. So it'd be on this side. How do these exhaust ports look? A little bit angled up, but mostly flat. Okay. So something a little bit more akin to that. Can't get much more in than that. Okay. Exhaust port. Dunsk. Next is to create ourselves a pipe. How does the exhaust look? Is it just a straight pipe towards the back? Okay, it's a little bit rounded, or curved, I should say, but it's fairly straight. Let's make a new curva grande. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. What do I want? I want data, I want geometry, I want depth. Bugger. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that. Now it also escalates in size as opposed to being a standardized size. We can run with that. How does cylinder number 1 go? Fairly abrupt. And it looks like it has like a proper bushing joint. Weird. As if it was like a suspension component. Okay, I think that works. Let's bring down the resolution. We do not need it to be that much. We can subdivide if we need to. Let's go with that. That to mesh. Okay. Okay. Let's add a great big fuck off torus. Mesh torus 90. Major radius would probably be somewhere around here. And it looked fairly chunky. Where's the one with exhaust showing? Here it is. Very chunky. Very chunky indeed. I think that'll kind of do it. We're up to 40,000 polygons so far. And this is misaligned, but I don't mind that because they peaked out a little bit. Like flared out a little bit when they got to the end. Okay, so what color was that? That was just its own color? Is there any other examples of it? It was aluminium. That's rust colored. That's convenient. That's no colored. I turned it to transparency, unfortunately. That just looks like straight aluminium. So we'll start with aluminium. Exhaust donut. I don't know how to spell donut. We'll just go run with it. If you don't ask questions, it's not a problem. Array, object offset. There's this one. Good. Okay. Let's now join it up to cylinder 1 at the very least. Though we don't actually have to join it up that much because it's got these weird gaskets and we just have to aim for the center of that. Yep, they all seem to have it. Okay, we can do that. That'll about do us. We might run a few subdivisions. That should be enough. No, okay, that doesn't work because we are. I was hoping to save some polygons and not do it on this side as well, but now well. $44,000 compared to 42,000. 2,000 polygons to subdivide that. I think people will be fine with it not having that. Put this in a covert and it'll be complete? Sure. It's more like attempt to wrap a covert around the engine. That's cylinder one. Does that sit out further than what I thought? It might sit out further than what I thought. Fine. Dice is good. Now. Oh. let's clean this up. Okay. It's 2 connections done. Almost. Bring this back this way a bit. Alright. Next. That. Then could do just this. Yeah, that kind of works. But first, I'm going to shrink this in. Yeah, that works. There's no face there, right? Good. Oh, wait, no, there was. Okay. Which one do we like more? I think I kind of like this one more. Okay, so let's undo all of that then. To be honest, I just love impractical engines on tiny cars. Let go of it. That's fair. Is there a vehicle actually sturdy enough to use it? The truck? Maybe. If you reinforce it. I'm reminded of that meme from, I say meme, I mean just like really shit writing from one of the Fast and Furious ones. I think it was like 5 or something, where they're talking about how much horsepower their car has, and then they get into like a car fight, and they start doing a tug of war sort of thing, and they're like, "Oh wow, he must have like 3,000 horsepower." I was like, that's not how that works. It got so stupid. A lot of people would talk about Fast and Furious as like a 4 is kind of when it started to get good or whatnot. I was like, no, that's when it goes downhill. But that's generally only said by non-car people that just like do not get cars at all. They're just like, oh yeah, I just want to turn my brain off. It's like, sure, okay. Oopsie daisies. It's not lining up very well. Okay. Eh. Good enough. Will a chassis twist coming off the line? Probably. You know what has 3,000 horsepower? The R34 Jun 2, the street legal Australian drag race R32. Does it really? Huh. Could have been 10,000 horsepower, but it wouldn't have mattered because it was spinning those wheels. Yeah. I'm glad that somebody else knows the scene I'm talking about. That irked me something chronic. I was like, that's not how cars work. More power doesn't give more traction. Good. Okay. Final one. Then I reached the end of the playlist, did I? Yeah, again. Here we go. That looks good. Ish. This is super jank. I'm not liking this at all. What are we looking at? Oh, that's atrocious. Okay. This one looks pretty bad. That's a little bit better. As long as you don't look closely at it, it's fine. That's got to be what's causing this. Yep, that looks better. Oh, I'm getting a headache from looking at this weird geometry on like weird angles for so long. Okay. 7:19. Getting close to knockoff time. What do we think of our progress? Let's bring the ground back. Did that just stop playing the song? Like, what happened? Sure. That's looking pretty epic, if I do say so myself. Tooting my own horn a little bit here. If you take your glasses off, will it fix everything you see wrong with it? I'm gonna be honest, the glasses are probably the only thing that's kind of saving me from, like, the worst aneurysm I've ever had. That would suggest I ever had aneurysms before, but that's not the case. Maybe it's too reflective, too shiny. Let's go to shading. Oh, the ground is touching now. You. Roughness. Oh, we're changing aluminium. Hold on, my bad. I was wondering why I wasn't changing much. Roughness. It only has one slider for roughness. Good. It's too rough. That's looking... It looks, like, with the exhaust on now, it looks a little bit like some sort of spacecraft sort of thing. It's a fine aeronautical engine. Jokes aside, I think it looks epic. Great job. Thanks. Now it's just the fact that it's been done by somebody else, so. That's pretty epic looking. So the Jbeaming is going to be like the big nightmare here. Is that still refining or is that done? I think that's done. Let's grab a screenshot and put it up on Twitter. You missed making this beast on the stream today. 27. Wait, no. What's 27 about this? 71 liters. Let's go with that. 71 liters of bloated fury. I like. How many polygons are we up to? 43,000. I reckon it's fine to add 2 more 1,000 polygons. If we can make this smooth. This is still bugging me. Better. Wait, hold on. How many polygons? 46,000. I need to go toilet. Give me a second. Is there much else to be done to this? Oh, already got a response. Somebody liked it? Nice. Anything else to add? Oh yeah, the bolts at the base of the cylinders I wanted to add. Kind of want to leave today's stream on a we're done note sort of thing. So let's just finish this off. Let's go 6-sided, not 66-sided. There we go. Oh, okay, that's why I couldn't see anything. Duh. Shift A. Empty. Plain. Bolt. Rotation. If we want to have, say, 8 of these. $45. That doesn't seem right. Array. Bolt rotation. Why did it change scale? Oh, that was an offset still. What the fuck? Did I scale it? Scale has stayed uniform. What the fuck? Whatever. Now I have to just figure out why it's scaling. Dead smack in the center. Array. Bolt rotation. It's doing it again. This should not be scaling up. Oh, I see it now. This has a scale on it. I was meant to scale it in the model itself, in edit mode. There we go. Bolt rotation is on. Oh, it seems that 45 degrees was correct. That'll do. You go away. You erase off. That looks good. There we go. What color were they when we were looking at them? I think they were like a black color, or at least very dark. I don't want to make them aluminium. That would just be too samey. They're like a different type of metal. Let's just go aluminium. No, sorry, not aluminium. Black. What? There we go. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. The wrong thing. Okay, that's the right thing. Missing some stuff though. Where's the other? Whatever. We're missing some stuff now because I've lost it. You convert to mesh. You're 128. So we're 37,000 polygons at the moment. 41. Thousands of more polygons just for that. I hope it was worth it. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Where is it? That's the wrong thing. I didn't delete them, did I? I would have hidden them only. Okay, there they are. What are they? Ah, okay. Spark. Leads. Let's create a new collection. V2. there. Better place that on a Miata. Stick it in the pigeon, then it will truly fly. I, a long time ago, made a Radial engine for Muye because he wanted to do a every time I crash, I get more cylinders thing. But ended up not happening. But that 9-cylinder was going to go on the pigeon. And this is back when I was, like, not very competent at modeling. Unlike now, where I'm, like, mildly incompetent about modeling. Yeah, let's ignore that. Actually, let's maybe fix that. To the 3 cursor. Something like that. Clear sharp. Good, filled in those gaps. We probably have gaps on both sides, don't we? Good. Your collection. Empty rots. There. Done. I think that's today. Perpetuated on a propeller? Yeah, I think somebody else ended up doing it anyway. Stick it on the pigeon, then it will truly fly. There's a Fligeon mod. It's the pigeon with a propeller on wings. Yeah, I know the one. I think I did a review of it for a video once. Shading. Hello. This makes me happy, because this was a project which I just sat on for the longest time. I think, there is one last little thing to do. It's not even that hard. Just quickly pop into the cylinder. Oh. There we go. This is what happens when I start modeling things. Is just, or just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Or just a little bit more. Ends up becoming a real big problem. I think there it's a little bit hard to see. There we go. There we go. That's better. Now it's not wasted effort. How many cylinders does it have? 4 7s, 28. 28 cylinders. All of them? It has all of the cylinders. You had a car? Well, that's where I got the cylinders from. And motor. Well, technically it's and 4 motors. Anyway. I'm calling it there. I'm happy with this. Next stream, I'm going to continue on. And we're going to Jbeam it up. And hopefully stick it in the semi-truck. At least to start with. A motorbike's still weird to drive on BeamNG? I think there's only the one anyway, right? So, yes? BeamNG's motorcycle stuff is so different from any way that other motorbike games do things. Other motorbike games will, if you press an input, it'll animate a steer in and turn sort of thing. But with a real motorbike, like say you're trying to do physics like BeamNG, you start to lean before you start to turn. Otherwise, if you start to turn and lean at the same time, you're going to flop over the other direction. The thing that really maybe could be done is maybe if they smoothened out with a lot of dampening on the hydros, maybe? Slowed the hydros down a lot? You took the cylinders from the dreaded Hyundai Turbo GT? I don't know what that is. The Veloster one? Have I told you, like, my fun fact about the Veloster is the fact that it has asymmetrical doors? Has 2 on one side and 1 on the other. I think that's so much fun. But... and it's also practical. For a sports car, that actually kind of works. But it is also weird. It's called the Hirochi Owlburst on the repo. It's actually a lot better than the... I have no idea what you're talking about. Misa no understando, bro. I like admiring handiwork. My own handiwork, I meant to say. I don't know how I do the exhaust. I think this might be a turbo attachment. Otherwise, the exhaust just goes out like this. Which means... we're gonna have to, go like this. Now, because BeamNG has one-sided faces, you won't see this clipping stuff. It'll be fine once it gets into BeamNG. Then... we'll just go with that for now. That'll do. It just saves us polygons and we still get to do what we want to do. I asked about the motorbikes because I like the Honda Moto Compo. I'm guessing you like it from... Oh, who are they? Mighty Car Mod. No, not Mighty... Yeah, Mighty Car Mods. I'd never heard of it beforehand. I think it's a cool idea. I love it. But yeah... I don't know. BeamNG doesn't do very well with light cars. Have a look at my cycle cart that I made a long time ago. That's about as light as you can get, and it is quite unstable. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, we're done. Okay. Thanks, everybody that joined today. We're here for quite a while. So that's Cold Steel Pot, Rick Stent, Anxaru, Xanax Dreamy, interesting name, Joma ABC, Fish, Eric, Ekran T, Scott Chego. Is that like Scott Chego? Is that a reference to who are they? Super GT, who has an alternate racing account that he uses called Scott Cheg. Batcoif Gaming? I don't know what that was meant to be. Anyway. Good job and good night. It is almost 8, so I mean, we're kind of getting to that time. Yeah, I think I'm good. I've had a good one. It was a bit weird the beginning of the stream. And now we know. So, yeah. For now, though, catch you all next time. Goodbye.